When people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign. The ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
The GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interest of their customers in mind, but it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Meet Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, And inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet, because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest blight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. Very good. And class? One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings, as well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Ruchita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or, a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidoddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We brought a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change on that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the Garden City feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park, and a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well, and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel? 1,
You need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year, because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you posted on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology, and live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。不管是我们的 这个用户的接受度还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高，但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
没有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers. And it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。
接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers over years now, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt-hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate, and that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters of Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Ina Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Ina wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized, there were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere, I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station.
This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you're like from this side. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Pasi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared me. You scared my children. I worked in Nissan for 16 years.
So Rav Pasi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Pasi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon. I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, you know, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Ghosn Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, you know, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, you know, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rob Posse didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud.
A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against J.P. Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going, and I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with J.P. Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day, she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, JP Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to JP Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the JP Morgan. They're now investigating now. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged to JP Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with JP Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as JP Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from JP Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and JP Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness from my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s. When everyone had a nickname, his was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. In amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. They're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Faden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil's going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37, and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell. And here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to 700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2,
if you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they have done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now once again imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work, Nature Conservancy and many others see that the carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in the story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system. And you end up in sort of a race to the bottom. And that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
the Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes. It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial. It'd be like a sports car. Yes. We got up to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run. It's about 500 yards or so. And came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was like, is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Connection lost.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single supercity economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network. That in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure that different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright brothers airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space, on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen, and we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for? And why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe.
On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them in the eye and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be part of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's been super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen, that actually this pollution-free all the way through the supply chain fuel was now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop using money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, it's kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial. It'll never be supplied in the quantities we need it. You know, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical. It's implementable. Let's do it now.
Okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, you know, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel you know of which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world.
Yes, that's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down. Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's World headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the SNAM model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, the so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option on the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, $600. Today, $100, and we see it going down to $50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia is very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time economically is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP. And I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick it's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source, and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah, so for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
The great sci-fi art of the mid-20th century teased a vision of the future with one distinct element in common: a life for humans in outer space. Whether vacationing on an exotic new planet or commuting to the moon for business, space travel seemed like it was just around the corner. Yet here we are, a half-century later, and only about 500 human beings have ever left the bounds of Earth's atmosphere. But thanks to a set of ambitious private companies betting on the promise of space tourism, that long-awaited future could be here sooner than we think. For most of the history of spaceflight, governments have been the prime force behind nearly every aspect, from planning to funding to crew selection. But as early as the 1980s, proposals for commercial space tourism began to emerge, along with innovative solutions for getting people there, such as the wild concept of sticking a 74-person passenger cabin in the cargo bay of a NASA space shuttle. Although various non-astronauts have been selected for missions over the years, true space tourism didn't happen until 2001, when an entrepreneur named Dennis Tito coughed up an estimated $20 million to hitch a ride with the Russian Federal Space Agency for a week-long vacation aboard the International Space Station. 20 years later, we're seeing a new contender in this final frontier of tourism: private companies.
It's becoming a private enterprise situation, still very high risk with a high reward, potential reward. But, government is really out of the business of flying people now, and it's really going to be companies like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson that do that heavy lifting. Commercial space tourism is usually about taking the non-astronaut, the private citizen, into an orbital or suborbital flight. So you get a short amount of microgravity experience, and you can float and take some photos. And then you come back. This was something that technology had gotten to a point where the private sector was going to make a business out of this. There are multiple companies that want to get to the place where they fly people into space.
The first of these is Blue Origin, founded in 2000 by Jeff Bezos. Using the autonomous rocket system New Shepard, a tribute to the first American in space, Blue Origin plans to launch up to 6 passengers at a time, offering a rarefied treat of 62-mile-high views and a momentary experience of weightlessness. Booking officially kicked off in May 2021, with the very first seat to be auctioned off for charity. Meanwhile, Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic has also been pursuing a viable form of suborbital tourism, aiming for a launch in 2022 once Sir Richard himself has taken a flight.
I'm hoping to be able to go to space. I'd love to be able to coincide it with the moon landing and go to space. So I've got the whip on the team, and we'll see how we go.
The company claims to have lined up over 600 seat reservations so far, including Justin Bieber and Leonardo DiCaprio. Virgin has projected that the final cost of the ticket will be at least $250,000, or roughly $50,000 for each of the 5 minutes or so of weightlessness that you'll get to experience. Although costly, both companies' offerings aim to make suborbital flight a regular form of adventure travel, eventually driving down costs at scale to expand the customer base beyond the orbit of celebrities and billionaires. The third major contender is Elon Musk's SpaceX, which has set its sights even higher on orbital flights, which are
a whole nother level of complexity and energy and danger. When you go suborbital, if you're just going to go up above the von Karman line, which is 100 kilometers or about 62 miles, you only need to get up to maybe 5,000 miles an hour to get up there, and you go basically straight up and then straight back down. You don't have the reentry heating that you would see coming in from an orbital. So when you go orbital, I don't care if you're a baseball or a battleship, you've got to go 17,500 miles per hour, not just 5,000 miles an hour. The energies involved are much greater. By doing that, SpaceX has gone another level up, and that's what they're doing with the Inspiration 4.
Visit inspiration4.com for your chance to go to space.
Inspiration 4 is the first planned all-civilian mission into orbit, slated to launch in late 2021. The crew will bring their own set of diverse perspectives and backgrounds and experiences to test how a group of different people, namely people who aren't professional astronauts, could fare in space.
Until now, astronauts have had to be physically perfect, and this mission is changing that. And so I feel incredibly honored to be representing those who aren't physically perfect. At age 10, I was diagnosed with bone cancer, and I was treated at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I spent a year there undergoing intense chemo and also surgery that ultimately saved my leg. I now work at St. Jude as a PA, a physician assistant, and I work with leukemia and lymphoma patients. The kids we work with are so brave, and they are very excited to watch me go to space because this is showing them that, they're capable of doing this as well.
Haley, along with 3 other crew members, will spend 3 days in space, orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes before landing back off the coast of Florida.
Well, when you think about access, the first astronauts for the United States came from the test pilot side. And so women weren't allowed to be a part of that. We have somebody in their 20s, somebody in their 30s, somebody in their 40s, and somebody in their 50s. And so there can be access in all kinds of ways, whether you're talking about age, whether you're talking about gender, whether you're talking about race and ethnicity, and all of those things.
The first time, people are going up into space and not sent there by a superpower like the United States or Russia or China, well, that's like really significant. And you've got to be very thoughtful about it. The whole game plan right now is to make space like really affordable and accessible for everybody, so that you can have fishing buddies going to space someday. But the first is special, and so with that, we wanted to have a crew selection process that could make space available to everyday people.
Getting to space is only the first step for space tourism. The next challenge is what to do and where to stay when you get there. Axiom Space is planning to launch the first segment of a new commercial space station in 2024. Their $2 billion project, called Ax Station, will become the first free-flying private international space station. Or, to use a more consumer-friendly term, a space hotel. Axiom isn't the only company out to make your space stay a little more comfortable. Bigelow Aerospace has been building what they call expandable habitat technology, like their B330, an inflatable pod module that expands once in orbit.
There's even one attached to the International Space Station right now they've been testing. And you take it up and it's rather small, and then you inflate it, and it seems to be working very, very well. This is likely to be the first kind of tourist hotel that you're going to see up in space. First of all, it's easier to carry instead of this giant tin can with all of that. The inflatables are lighter. You can just blow them up, and they get a nice big size for about less than half the weight probably.
But even as space missions become accessible to civilians,
the risks of going into space are incredibly high. And you could die 1,000 ways that we can think of and 1,000 other ways that we can't think of.
This is Michelle Hanlon. She's a space lawyer at the Mississippi School of Law, focused on protecting humans in outer space.
Now, I'm not an attorney for any of the space tourists, so I haven't been privy to their private contracts. But I can tell you that the FAA requires certain waivers to be in those contracts. So, for example, the FAA says, well, we're not going to make you make your spacecraft to a certain safety level. We are going to make you spacecraft operator. Make sure that you inform your space tourists of all of the hazards that you know of. I'd imagine a very long waiver, all the ways you can die in space. And you have to understand that there's health risks, and you have to indemnify the US government if you are launching from the United States. So those are things that we know a space tourist has to sign and has to waive. So now let's go back and think about our space flight participants. The FAA calls space tourists space flight participants. They don't call them astronauts. Why is that important? If you're not an astronaut, there's no obligation to rescue you if something goes wrong. It's a lot of money to set up a rescue launch. If it can even be done, it's something really important to think about, and that difference as we cross this threshold from having astronauts in space to having real people like me in space.
And when we are able to make it to space reliably enough, there's still a host of other legal and ethical issues to consider before space tourism can truly take off.
There are so many gaps in space law that we are going to have to put in a lot of sort of basement ideas. And so, for example, the Outer Space Treaty is a treaty that offers principles and guidelines for state activities, for the activities of national governments. It doesn't talk about private entities. It doesn't talk about humans in space. So now if something gogoes wrong, so let's think about all the times hotels on Earth are sued, right? So slip and falls. You step on something in the bathroom, you sue the hotel, and it becomes a private lawsuit. because of the vagaries of international law, if something happens in space, well, boy, you can sue the state that launched your spacecraft, you can sue the company that brought you there, you can sue the hotel, you can sue the individual, you can sue every government related to that, because the way the Outer Space Treaty and the Outer Space Regime have set this up is that anything that happens in space first has to go through a diplomatic channel before you think about suing in a court of law. And so every single slip and fall in a space hotel is a diplomatic nightmare. And so we really need to figure that out before we start sending a lot of people there. You think about human rights in space. Here, we don't think about a human right to oxygen because it's kind of all around us and free. It's not in a space hotel. So what happens if something happens and the oxygen depletes? Who gets the oxygen first? And then, of course, let's not even think about the labor. How do you treat your labor in a space hotel where that person may be there for 2 or 3 years without coming back to Earth? So a lot of things to think about.
Space habitats are more likely in the near future to focus on research missions and be a home for experiments that can't happen as easily back on Earth.
Space hotels, I think they garner a lot of headlines and a lot of news, but at the same time, that's not the first thing that you're going to see happen. They don't offer the compelling business case, I think, that you'll see from a place that wants to manufacture pharmaceuticals or a new type of crystal or some type of filament or fiber optic cables and other things that you can do in microgravity. The things that are actually, a high value finished good, when you get that back to Earth and you sell it for a very, very huge profit margin, that's what's likely to happen in space, as opposed to having a real estate platform that you sell to a tourist. A space hotel is really interesting, and it will probably happen, but it's not likely to be at the forefront of space commerce.
Even if space hotels are right around the corner, don't get too excited about booking a trip in one.
It's not a cheap ticket to ride to space, and it's going to be, millionaires and billionaires and that sort. But at the same time, the point was made that in the early days of airline trips, that was also a completely unaffordable ticket for most people. Those people who flew were people of means, and over time it becomes affordable to the masses. And I think that's the goal for all the entrepreneurs in space as well, to get those costs down to a point where it's not $10 million or $5 million or $300,000 ride into suborbital space. When it becomes more like buying a first-class ticket to go to Europe from the United States. So that's the goal, and the question is, can we get to that point?
Given the immense operating costs of getting to space, it may be years, if ever, until space tourism becomes a profitable venture for any of these companies. Virgin Galactic, the only publicly traded company of the three, has had a particularly rocky year, initially riding on the momentum of a SPAC deal, but more recently beset by launch delays and major funders, including Branson himself, selling large quantities of their stock in the company.
Space is really, really, really hard, and it's an absolute cliche, but it's one that happens to be very true. It's just really hard to do. That's also the reason that you've seen the delays that, Virgin had talked about flying years and years ago. And it became such a crazy point that Richard Branson actually stopped talking about it when he was asked, because it was never going to be when he predicted. But it's not insurmountable. And, investors have stepped up because this is something that is doable.
Despite the astronomical dangers and costs of getting to space, it may ultimately follow the course of other once fanciful modes of travel.
Wright brothers having, what was by modern standards a very unimpressive first flight, at Kitty Hawk. I mean, you had like less than 20 years later, you had your first airborne ambulances being used to save lives. Fundamentally, the world is a more interesting place when people can go and dance among the stars and such.
The lure of space is innate. It's in our DNA. It's that exploration bug. We are an exploratory species, and we want to go out there and see what's out there.
That vision that I had in 1969 of seeing normal human beings travel into space, it's finally beginning to happen. When you get a bunch of people up there and they can all see it for themselves, that'll create even yet another revolution in how we treat our planet and the way we think about it.
So while 2001 came and went without quite looking like Stanley Kubrick's ultimate space fantasy, 2021 might finally be the year we're catching up.
If you visit California, you might be inclined to go to Disneyland, or jump in your convertible and take Highway 1 up the coast, or maybe make a pilgrimage to Yosemite. All very fine choices. But if you're the kind of person who revels in our planet's extremes, then it's Route 395 that you're after. This one glorious road will carry you from Death Valley's desert floor to sky-high views of Mount Whitney. You can see the 5,000-year-old bristlecone pines, the oldest living organisms. Or the bizarre tufa towers of Mono Lake. And true to California's boom and bust spirit, you can saunter around the ghost town of Bodie. What a novel experience to find an empty American city where all the businesses are shut down. To do 395 upright, it helps to have a guide, and mine is a man named Jan, and his crew, Heron,
Let's tidy up first.
and Lemmy, the hardest partying dog of all time. Jan agreed to show me some of what 395 has to offer, but only if we agreed not to disclose any locations.
My name is Jan Srostra. I'm an industrial designer out of LA, and I spend a lot of time camping and a lot of time in the Eastern Sierra. It's a place I love, and sometimes I'm known as 395 North because my Instagram account, and I don't like to be known as that, but I'm trying to use it to set a good example and do more with it than just social media.
Where did we end up camping? We got here late last night. I wasn't even sure where we are.
This is BLM land, right on the outskirts of National Forest, and it's one of my favorite places in the world. Basically, everything outdoors wrapped into one.
Yeah. Good thing about California, man.
Oh, man. We have so much national forest and public land that you can literally just cruise out and find a place to camp. It's ours.
What I wish was mine is Jan's sweet truck.
It's a 2019 Ford Ranger. Has about 200 watts of solar in it and a fridge, and has everything that an RV has except for a toilet, but just on a smaller, simple scale.
And you drive us around day to day in LA.
Yep.
And then just roll out when you want.
It's my daily driver. Handles great. And then when I'm done with work, I can just bail and go camping. So the camper basically has only what I need. Think of it as backpacking with a car.
Yeah.
The fridge has a couple compartments. This is just a kitchen box, stove, utensils, and a bunch of stuff. This one has just dry food. Then when you get inside, there's a bed. The bed flips up, so you've got tons of room in here. This awning is phenomenal. If you want to pull that over. That's cool. Let me just pop that up.
Sorted.
So, home on wheels.
Yeah.
This is my vacation house.
Dude, it's so nice, man. Even with his nomad lifestyle, Jan faces the same big question as the rest of us. Do the internet and smartphones have to ruin everything?
When you find the super special, beautiful spots, is that you busting out a map and like looking where it might be cool to go, or is it word of mouth and just getting to know people, the locals? And
if I see a dirt road, I just want to go down. So a lot of it's just aimless rambling. It's a desire to just see something. Check that out. For some reason, it's more fulfilling than getting a recommendation from somebody. Or there's tons of apps and websites now, road trip apps, camping apps. They've proliferated. The knowledge is accessible on the internet, right? I used to fight the geotags, and I would get really pissed off. Like, why are you posting this place? It's gonna blow up, it's gonna get trashed. Now I've realized that you can't fight it. The internet has just shrunk the world. So we're not gonna stop it. We're not gonna stop people from going there. So I'm a lot more focused in conversation now with trying to set a good example. When you go, pick up your trash. When you're pooping out in the wilderness, don't leave your toilet paper on the top. Make sure you follow, good steps for leaving no trace.
As a thank you for this quick guide to pooping etiquette, we made Jan, Heron, and Lemmy some tacos. And we all took in the night sky and knocked back a couple of drinks. Take that, Apocalypse. The thing about good times and serenity in 2020 is that they're fleeting at best. After we split up from Jan and continued on our way, smoke started to envelop us. The plus side was that our RV no longer smelled like feet. The downside was breathing. My man David here suggested that we try and outflank the smoke by cutting through Yosemite. Without a reservation, we had to talk our way in.
Yes, no stopping, no getting out, and don't go in the valley. Yeah, no problem. We just wanted to get through.
It was a beautiful choice.
Glad we got out of the smoke.
Whoa, okay. But not quite as effective as we had hoped. Fast forward 4 hours or so, and we had managed to trade the smoky majesty of Yosemite for the smoky,
Look at it.
strip malls of the Central Valley.
We have made it, sort of out of the smoke, all the way across Yosemite National Park and here to the gorgeous Central Valley of California. We're off to see a kind of surprising tech startup that is making some pretty strange machines to serve all the growers out in this region. And so we're here in this near Fresno. This is California farm country, right?
We're just south of Fresno, a town called Kingsburg. So we're right in the Central Valley of California. Very, very large farming valley here. It's kind of considered the breadbasket of the world.
The Central Valley stretches out over about 20,000 square miles, and the farmers here produce about 1/4 of the food that Americans eat, including a whole lot of fruits and nuts.
Tell me a little bit of the background of Gus. I know some of this is like a family business. The roots of this go back a ways. Tell me kind of like how we got to what's essentially like a startup, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. So the founder of our company is Dave Crinklaw, and he started the business back in 1982. He started with is basically with his dad was commercial spraying of trees and vineyards. Got to the point where our biggest challenge was labor, just the shortage of it, really. He was forced into innovating, and he had this idea for quite some time about doing a driverless sprayer, and it finally got to the point where he said, you know what, I either got to get out of this business or I'm going to innovate.
Organic or not, crops need to be sprayed, and this process has to take place a few times a year. This means hiring a lot of people to work long hours under serious pressure. And so, just like the tech bros to the north, Gus decided to solve all of its problems with robots.
On this like labor point, you guys have set this up where you can have somebody in a truck and that one person can monitor, I think like 8 of these.
In order to operate Gus, you have one guy or girl that sits in a pickup and they monitor from a laptop computer. So that person is basically just watching all the vehicles on the screen. They can monitor up to 8 of them at a time while they're out there spraying in the orchard. And so that user interface really provides them with all the information they need to make sure that the machines are safe and that they're doing the correct job. So it tells them what speed they're driving, the engine RPM, the amount of gallonage per acre that they're applying at any given time. So if any one of the machines has an issue, it's going to send an alert to that laptop.
Much like a self-driving car, these beasts use GPS, LiDAR, and cameras to see and navigate the world around them. They also rely on pre-built maps of the orchards for extra guidance. Gus builds the machines right here, and then takes them out for robot training on this orchard next door. It's here that the company learns if the machines will behave and do as their software and human masters command.
So this is kind of like this is a test orchard where you guys put it through the paces and work on the technology?
Yeah, so this is our test orchard right here. It's right by our building, as you can see in the background. So every new machine, as it comes off the assembly line, it's put through a commissioning test right here. We test all the sensors on the machine, autonomous computer, all the safety systems, make sure it's doing what it's doing prior to when it's delivered to a customer.
So what's it doing now?
So right now he's doing a test spray. So he's just turning the water on to make sure that the system comes up to pressure, spraying water out of the nozzles just to make sure it's all functioning properly.
Okay. It's got like a crazy turbine at the back, or?
Yeah, so it's basically just a big fan.
Okay.
And that fan's driven off of the Cummins diesel motor, and it just basically creates a big airflow.
Gus is already selling these vehicles to brave modern farmers. and people the world over have taken notice of its machines.
And have you just sold them in the Central Valley, or like throughout the U.S., or even overseas, or where are they going?
Yeah, so right now the majority of our machines are here in California in the Central Valley. However, we do have machines and customers in Florida, in the citrus industry over there, as well as Australia.
And I think you started selling them in like December of 2019.
Yeah,
right?
So we started taking orders early last year for the sprayers, and the first deliveries we made were in December of 2019.
Okay, so. And how much do they cost each?
So our retail price on these machines is $285,000.
So it's not a small investment, but I'm sure the regular sprayers aren't cheap
Yeah,
either.
I mean, we're honestly not too far away from conventional equipment on our price, and the main thing is that the return on investment is very, very quick due to all the labor savings and the increased efficiency. I mean, these machines, they just thrive. But basically what we're doing, besides this machine, this is our first machine. We call it Orchard Gus, mainly designed for your nut trees, as well as citrus and fruit. In the future, we're working on a few other projects. We're going to do more machines. One of them is actually a vineyard sprayer. So vineyards are much tighter spacing, so the machine has to be physically smaller. And then we've got our eyes on doing a lot of other innovating.
That right there, friends, is a Central Valley farmer putting his whole fruit basket on the table. Gary's TED Talk can't be far off. And with that, it was time to get back in the RV and to confront what happens when three men are bested by their own failings and the forces of entropy. Next on Hello World, we cruise into the Mojave Desert in search of a lunar lander.
We have instruments that we are going to deliver to the South Pole of the Moon in December of 2022. Instruments that are trying to scan the surface of the moon.
And hang with a test pilot who walked away from this.
Meet Betty. She lives by herself, but for the last few months, she hasn't been alone.
LQ, tell me a joke.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut?
No.
Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Most technology isn't made for 93-year-olds. But this woman is making sure that this particular robot is.
I like you. Who are you?
She's researching the way we interact with machines. And if she has her way, robots will soon be a trusty companion for all of us.
My name is LQ. How can I help you?
As technology replaces old jobs, it's also creating new ones. I'm Aki Ito, and I'm here to show you the jobs of the future.
My name is Danielle Ishak, and I am a human-robot interaction researcher. It's really hard to intuitively design a robot meant for a consumer audience. You have to make sure that it's a robot that people want, people know how to use, and people value.
Danielle works for an Israeli startup called Intuition Robotics. Its U.S. office is here in downtown San Francisco.
Hello.
Hey Danielle, it's Aki.
Come on in.
The company is funded by a couple big names like Samsung and Toyota. Full disclosure, Bloomberg's venture capital arm is an investor too.
This is LEQ.
Can I take her out for a spin?
Please.
LEQ, tell me what you can do.
I am a proactive social robot designed for older adults. I can connect you to your family and friends, and even play music.
These features might remind you of the Amazon Echo, but you'd be missing the point if you compared her to a smart speaker. She's not meant to just be useful. She's meant to be a companion.
Why don't you take a break and have a drink?
And that's why she has a head that can nod and make other subtle gestures you might expect from a pet.
Through our research with older adults, we're finding that almost on a daily basis, we see that somebody tells her that they love her.
Really?
Or that they like her.
Like,
or that they miss
literally,
her.
I love you?
Mm-hmm. They'll also tell her, I'm depressed, or I'm lonely. They'll open up to her in a way that they might not necessarily open up to a human because they don't feel like they'll be judged.
LEQ isn't on sale yet. But a prototype is already in the homes of about a dozen early testers who live in the Bay Area.
LEQ, tell me what the weather is today.
Danielle's job is to figure out what's working and what's not.
Sorry, please rephrase your request.
And she does that by visiting each of her testers twice a month. How important are these visits to your job?
They're critical. We're building a product for people who we are not. I'm not a senior, and how could you know how to design for somebody if you don't do research? Because otherwise, you would just be designing in the dark.
Jobs like Danielle's are just starting to emerge. Until recently, robots were mostly in factories, separated from humans. But now, they're finally getting cheap enough, small enough, and smart enough to be in our homes. This has created a whole new challenge of designing robots that people will actually want to interact with. And that's where Danielle comes in. Her research has helped shape every little facet of LEQ, from the way LEQ moves to the way she talks.
It's a very special job, and it can be really hard, and it can be really frustrating, but at the end of the day, it's incredibly rewarding. And I think the most rewarding part about it is when I see the joy on the users' faces, like that they saw their feedback turned into something real.
Today, we've driven east of San Francisco to go see one of Danielle's research participants.
LEQ, tell me something interesting.
Did you know that Ronald Reagan was a lifeguard in high school and saved 77 people's lives?
Now, see, this is where a conversation is. She should open up and I should say, no, I did not know that. I expect her to be able to continue a conversation for at least a couple of comments.
Yeah. And why is that?
Why?
Yeah.
Because that's companionship.
When Betty was around Danielle's age, she was working with some of history's very first computers.
When I was finishing up my master's degree, I was working at Harvard in the computer lab when they were building Mark IV. A large room-sized computer. But now, this artificial intelligence stuff is amazing. LEQ?
Yes?
Schedule a doctor's appointment.
No problem. I'm working on it.
When Danielle brought along the idea of working with robotics for the elderly, I said, are you kidding me? Will older people connect to a robot? And she said, I don't know, let's research and find out.
Danielle grew up here in this suburb of Atlanta. Her parents spent much of their childhoods in Israel and met in the US.
We as immigrants, we understood that we might need to work a little harder. In fact, I feel that rather than taken away from Danielle, it gave her so much more, because she understood the fact that you need to run after your dreams and work really hard, no matter what the challenges are.
School didn't come easily for Danielle.
I have dyslexia, and that very much affected my self-esteem academically.
The principal of the school did not recommend her to take advanced classes. She fought for it, and she got into it, and she did very well with them too.
Danielle's first job out of grad school was at X, the secretive research facility founded by Google. It's known for dreaming up all kinds of wacky, far-flung ideas. Can you tell us about the moonshots you worked on?
No, I can't tell you too much about the projects that I worked on. I can say that I was working on robotics.
She loved the job, but wanted to work on something that would reach real consumers sooner. So she left X after a year and joined Intuition Robotics. She's been working in the field for 4 years now, and it took her a while to find her footing in a male-dominated industry.
I've gone to different meetups where there'll be like a circle of men with their like zip-up jacket with their like company logo on it and a beer in their hand. And I'll come in with lipstick and nobody wants to talk to me. This is my closet.
So at first she did her best to fit in, wearing a pair of glasses she didn't need and toning down her style. So what's the kind of thing you used to wear to a conference?
Stuff like this, blousey things that make you look like you're 40.
But that got old after a while. And what's the kind of thing you wear now?
Now it's like I just enjoy being kind of expressive and playful in what I wear.
Before we wrap up for the day, Danielle has one more LEQ tester to visit. Joseph is 97. And he's had the robot in his home for 8 months.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. How has Miss LEQ been?
She always tells me to take a drink of water at least 4 times a day.
So, we added a whole bunch of new facts to LEQ.
Did you know that a cup of chopped red bell pepper contains more vitamin C than an orange?
Okay. What did you think of that?
Certainly, the print was, I could see that quite clearly.
What about this?
I can see that. LEQ, play music.
No problem. It will begin shortly.
By 2050, almost 500 million people are going to be 80 or older. And if current trends continue, more and more are going to be like Joseph and Betty, living alone.
LEQ, stop.
Today, both of them are doing okay. But some of Danielle's other participants have been struggling. Is it kind of hard to leave them at the end of the day?
It is. Some of our testers are pretty advanced in the stages of depression through loneliness and isolation. And at times, I know that LEQ is cheering them up in their day, but I know that it's only part of the way. No source of artificial intelligence robots will ever be able to replace humans and human companionship or human care.
The key to Danielle's work is to embrace that very limitation of machines.
Robots should help humans do what they love help humans interact with more humans, help humans in general, not pull humans away from humans, not take humans' jobs and leave humans without purpose.
Whether it's in our workplaces or in our homes, robots are soon going to be everywhere. And it's up to Danielle to make sure this robot-filled future leaves us just a little better off.
So don't be afraid. And if you are afraid, come and join us, because I promise it's a friendly place.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
1, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges. Or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking comfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point, because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while. And I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming on YouTube and on Bloomberg Originals. It is Tuesday, April 25th. I'm Carol Masters. You know, Tim on leave. Joining us once again, Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Metton. And Jess, no doubt about it, it's an earnings-driven and somewhat disappointed market for the most part.
And I'm going to give you a stat just to sum all of this up. So it's been 22 consecutive trading days since the S&P 500 closed down more than 1%, but that streak could potentially be snapped today if you're looking where the S&P 500 is right now, Carol.
We're going to keep an eye on it and count it down to the close. Speaking of earnings, though, PepsiCo, McDonald's, 3M, and UPS, we've got a consumer roundtable roundup. And then speaking of earnings, Jess, we've got Microsoft, Alphabet, Texas Instruments, and a bunch more. Visa, too, after the closing bell. I know I'm leaving somebody out, but we'll get to it later on.
I mean, it's just one company after another, and then we'll hear from Meta tomorrow as well as Amazon on Thursday. But also we'll have a regional bank, PacWest, so that's another big company coming up after the bell.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a bit more about First Republic, a Bloomberg exclusive on possible asset sales. Man, that company, that stock, FRC, man, it is tanking in a big way. We're also going to get to one of the most read stories about the trillions at stake as Wall Street is split over inflation's path. There are some who are all in that we get back to 2%. There are others just that say, no way, Jose, it's not going to happen.
Another thing coming on later in this show that I'm excited to talk about is the breakout year for AI, but also 23andMe. The CEO is going to be speaking with us, so I'm excited to hear more about that as far as looking at ancestry. Also, when it comes to trying to forecast what potential health problems we might have.
Listen, they've been in it for the last couple of years, made an acquisition a few years ago on just that, of tapping into the human genome. And then as we just talked about with Joe Matthew, this is a most read story on the Bloomberg. It's kind of what I call follow the money a little bit. The billionaire friend of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas Not a household name, folks, so we've got the deets and details on him in terms of what you need to know and potentially about his role in politics and maybe that relationship. All right, right now, though, Jess and I are going to head over to our TV colleagues, and that's because Countdown to the Close on this Tuesday, it starts right now.
Countdown to the Close, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. About 60 minutes left to go here in the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Scarlet Fu, joined right now by our colleagues Carol Massar and Jess Menton. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Radio Originals, as well as those folks streaming on YouTube. And do my eyes deceive me? Wow, Carol Massar.
Came back.
Getting ready for her 4-day work week. Carol, you came back here on a good day because we've been talking so much about just how boring this market has been, how there really hasn't been a lot of price action. The volume has ticked up, but unfortunately, the market ticking down.
It's my gift to you all.
Thank you.
It's all about earnings. We're going to get into it in just a moment. I always miss you guys. I like this moment in my day. All right, we're going to talk a lot about earnings. We're going to talk about the momentum, as Romaine just pointed out. I'm going to go there, guys, because the Chinese names, I was thinking about it, reading about it, actually, while I was off yesterday. But take a look at those Chinese names. They're down for a second day. In fact, they are down 6 days in a row. So we're talking about the longest streak of losses in a year. Those geopolitical tensions denting risk appetite. So you've got the Golden Dragon down more than 3% today. Alibaba's down 5%. Baidu down about 4.5%. And then PDD, it's down about 3.6%. One thing of note I wanted to mention, U.S.-based active long-only fund managers have been the dominant sellers of U.S.-listed Chinese stocks this month, deepening their underweight position of these ADRs. That's according to an analysis by Morgan Stanley. There's a lot going on to unpack always, just when it comes to Chinese names that trade here.
And obviously, we've been talking about the big tech companies that are going to report after the bell when it comes to Alphabet and Microsoft. But I wanted to point out this discussion when it comes to an earnings recession, because people are talking about how if we can see these 2 consecutive quarters of contraction, that'd be an earnings recession. But if you scale it back, you look at the S&P 500 and you take out energy over the past year, because that had been boosting those estimates. The S&P 500 actually has been in an earnings recession since the second quarter of last year. And when you look at those projections moving out a year from now, they're actually back to double digits. So that's something that a lot of my sources have been looking ahead to as far as positioning. It might explain why some of the resiliency we've seen in stocks, Romaine, has been there so far.
Well, not much resiliency here, at least on an aggregate basis, with the S&P down about 1.4% here on the day, back below that 20-day moving average, 4,078. And the interesting move here, we've been talking about how tepid the price moves have been at 1.4%. Not only is this going to be the biggest decline that we've seen going back to mid-March, but this is going to be the biggest percent change up or down for the S&P that we've had all for the month of April. Similar moves for the rest of the indices, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1%, the NASDAQ down about 1.7%, and the Russell 2000 down 2.2%.
That's a lot of red on the screen there for the major indexes, and you're seeing it replicated in the industry groups as well. You've got 8 groups in the S&P 500 down by at least 1%. The biggest drags are materials and energy and industrials. UPS, one big reason there. The outperformers, relatively speaking, are consumer staples, utilities, so very much a safety trade in place.
We talk about some of the big moves and some of the big earnings after the bell. Google on tap, Alphabet, I should say, as is Microsoft. Microsoft shares peeling back just a little bit, down about 2% here on the day. Of course, a lot of focus will not only be on the top line, $51 billion in revenue is the projection, and the bottom line, which is basically for about $2.24 a share. But more importantly, the developments that it's been making in the AI space and the cost that has had to the company. PepsiCo, one of the few bright spots here on the day, 189.43 on your screen right now. That's a record high, up 2% on the day on the back of continued pricing power. CEO said it best, people still want Pepsi and they're willing to pay more for it. People also willing to pay for Spotify, or at least continue to stream on Spotify. Those shares up about 5%. But so much of the focus right now has been on UPS and the read that we could be getting on consumer spending. UPS shares down 10% right now. You have to go back to 2015 to see a one-day drop of this type of significance for UPS. The company making it clear here that they are expecting a slowdown in demand, and a lot of that is becoming from a slowdown in consumer spending. That brings us to some of the economic data that we got this morning, including on consumer confidence, and those consumer confidence numbers continue to drift a little bit lower here, not only for current conditions, but more importantly for expectations. Now that reading coming in at about 68.1, if you want to be precise, a reading, of course, that was above 100 just a couple of years ago.
All right, so that's our focus, right? What's going on from earnings and what we get from individual companies. I feel like that UPS number bears pretty close watching, but also the economic data points, Romaine, that you just mentioned. And Sarah Hunt, who is portfolio manager at Alpine Woods Capital Investors. She was earlier on Bloomberg, and her point was, maybe some of the news that's out there isn't being reflected in the expectations from corporate earnings. Here's what she had to say.
On the margin, I think the news is a little bit more cautious for that uptick in the end of the year. So have we pushed out a slow, shallow recession into 2024, or are we going to not get the pickup at the back half of the year that we're looking for? I just think that earnings estimates are not really reflecting the fact that we're slowing down as much as we are.
All right, so again, Sarah Hunt over at Alpine, but that's interesting, and this is why I go back to, Scarlett UPS. Is it just, again, they're still resetting post-pandemic, or is it something much more problematic when it comes to the economy?
Well, any questions about the consumer maybe holding off a little bit or pulling back a little bit is of great concern, because that's the part of the economy that has been delivering, right? The consumer and their ability to be resilient because of this fairly tight labor market. The other earnings story that I know we talked about a lot about yesterday, which is resonating today as well, is First Republic. I know it's an idiosyncratic story. It doesn't necessarily tell us anything broader about the regional bank story, given that the results have been fairly good. But it is one big reason why the Russell 2000 is underperforming, and it is a reminder that these problems can crop up.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mean, we talk about they're going to get some other reads too. Chipotle reporting after their earnings. I think you get a pretty good read there, particularly on pricing power as well. And then you're going to get some folks in the healthcare space like Universal Health and Illumina as well.
And we have seen some bright spots. And to Scarlett's point, especially when you're talking about these consumer-focused type companies and margins when they pop up, we did hear from Procter & Gamble last week, but we did hear from Kimberly-Clark this morning as well. Yeah. When you think of these consumer-type names where a lot of those margin pressures, they're actually starting to ease. And some of these inflation, when you're looking at the earnings transcripts, those comments are actually starting to peak, as well as recession and layoffs. So that's something I'm still going to be focused on in these earnings report, especially with the tech companies coming out.
Well, we've been so focused on the banks, understandably so. I'm thinking about Visa after the closing bell. What does it tell us about consumer spending? What kind of cross-border transactions are going on? And we talk about, again, Scarlett, you pointed out, consumer has been so much holding up the economic growth that's been going on. So do we see that in Visa's numbers later on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the days like today and really this week where you get this sort of fire hose of earnings, it really does give you that cross-section of the economy. So we get beyond the banks and I think really, dare I say it, into the real economy.
Into the real economy we go. With the move today, and Romaine, you've been great about reminding us it's the biggest move so far this month. We actually have the VIX moving higher. It's approaching 20.
The VIX?
So, yeah, believe it or not.
What about one-day VIX? What's one-day VIX telling me?
It moved up as well, yeah. But yeah, 20. It's approaching 20. I know.
Sorry. Forgive my sarcasm. I worked on it yesterday. All right, guys, we're going to be back.
Is that what you were doing yesterday all day? Is that an all-day project?
Sometimes it is. No. Anyway, I'll be back in less than an hour's time. All of us will be back in less than an hour's time. We got a lot of earnings, folks, after the closing bell, Alphabet, and of course, Microsoft and a few others. We're going to count you down to the close. Join us at 4 p.m. Wall Street time for Beyond the Bell, radio, TV, YouTube, and of course, on Bloomberg Originals. All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Jess Matten live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. So we talk a lot about inflation, Jess. We know that, right? It's kind of almost like a ping pong game, don't you feel like? Because there's people who have some really strong thoughts about it and where it's going.
Right, whether it's not going to come dramatically down to that 2% target for the Fed or the sticky word that everybody likes to keep mentioning.
Or stagflation, dare I say. All right, so let's get to it, into a most read story on the Bloomberg. A team of Bloomberg reporters covering how trillions of dollars are at stake as Wall Street is super split over the path of inflation. With us is Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets, a favorite here at Bloomberg, Liz McCormick. She's with us via Zoom in New York City. Hey, Liz, so good to have you here with Jess and myself. Love this story. It is so a story of our times. It isn't unusual, though, I feel like, that there's disagreement between economists or market strategists on Wall Street, and yet this is a pretty big one. Walk us through it.
Yeah, true. We always kind of have a lot of disagreement. But what I think, Carol, gets to why this is even more important now, this, like Jess says, is it sticky? Is inflation going to keep coming down? Is we're, seemingly getting at a pivotal point with the Fed because supposedly they're getting close to done. Let's say we can't call when, but maybe they hike next week. They might hike in June, but nonetheless, they're close. So after that, what happens? And a lot of that depends on inflation, right? So I think what the divide is in the views on inflation is kind of even more important now because we're close to the end. And that means, does the Fed stay there or do they ease? Like, you guys have talked, the market is pricing that. So I think, and like I said, there's lots of big investors here in this story. Like I said, there's a swath of us reporters, and they don't all agree. But I think it's kind of compelling. There's that strong views by several of them that say, inflation's come down pretty fast, but it's going to be slow moving from here. The Fed's not going to be able to pivot to easing, even if the economy falters a little bit, because their enemy number one remains inflation. And there's the other side that just says, hey, it's going to go on and the economy is going to crater. The Fed has to ease. So there you go, that in a nutshell.
Hey, Liz, break it down as far as when it comes to these specific firms, because you have DoubleLine thinking that inflation is still going to be sticky, but then you have Alliance, you have TCW, and a different type of camp. Who's on which sort of team at this point?
Yeah, right. So it's funny, like TCW, I spoke to Steve Kane and he was saying, and it's funny because in Powell's, one of his pressers, someone was saying how many times he said disinflation or whatever. But Steve was.
It's the new drinking game, Liz.
Count the words, right?
Or should be. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but Steve Kane was saying we're seeing a lot of disinflationary forces already, and that's going to carry momentum. Plus, bearing in mind that there is this sting still to come of all the Fed tightening they've already done, which we know there's those long and variable lags. We've started to see, like people say, the Fed started to break some things, like you were talking about with the issues in the regional banks. And that they feel like this is just going to kind of keep coming in force. That, I don't know if you was just mentioning, Carol, that about the consumer. Like when the consumer, people have had a job, so they're doing okay, but you saw consumer confidence go on. When the consumer really says, I'm not going to spend more and my prices aren't down that much, that maybe then the momentum on the inflation keeps coming. And I think that's like TCW is saying, it's going to build,
Well, I do think about as a consumer, if I look at prices still staying high, I'm going to start making choices about where I'm going to have to, like in terms of where I spend my money. I want to go back for a second. When it comes to Fed policy, Liz, what is the lag officially? Is it a year? Like when do we really feel the punch from this past year of Fed heightening, and raising of rates?
Well, that's another one. Economists all have their different particular views, but let's say they're saying usually it's 12 months. I remember in the beginning of the tightening, there were some saying the lag would be less this time around, but I don't think it was. So, the Fed started in March of 2022. That's last year, right? So we're about a little over a year from there, and they went faster than they've ever gone, at least in my era of watching Fed. So I think you're going to start continuing to feel it more. I think we've talked about this before. You say, did I want to fix my deck? Maybe not, because my HELOC is at 7% now, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think on the margin, people are going to start saying things like that more and more, like you can choose. I don't really need this new thing, even though I want it, because it's more expensive. There's no free money anymore, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
Liz, what is the bond market telling us? Because we did see a record net short position when it came to hedge funds against the 10-year treasury. So does that mean the bond market isn't positioned correctly for a potential pause this year?
Well, that's a great question, Jess, because, my colleague Garfield Reynolds had written a story about that. And what's interesting is you have this kind of hot hedge fund money that's leaning very hard into being short. But, so that's in some of the CFTC data we can look at. They're like the leveraged funds. And I'm kind of a little surprised because they got a bit burned in March when the banking crisis broke and yields tumbled. But I think they have a strong conviction. But on the other side, because you can look in the other parts of the data, there's some of the kind of, call it asset managers, kind of regular money, they're still long. So there's a bit of a divide there. There's also some kind of arb trading you can do. But I do think the kind of the trend followers, the quants, are still leaning to short. And that means, you're right, it depends what happens. They kind of think inflation's going to stay around, Fed's going to stay, at least high, even if they stop tightening. But if this stuff unravels, and there's so many uncertainties, I hate to even bring up the debt ceiling because it's the thing we all love to hate to revisit every couple of years. But
it's fair, right? Yeah. We have to.
It's right. That risk is looming. Kevin McCarthy is supposed to have a vote tomorrow. They don't know if they have the votes. And, Biden says, I don't want anything with spending cuts. So we're a long way from a deal on the debt ceiling. And, treasuries are my thing. I'm not saying there's going to be a default, but I'm just saying it's going to slowly create more angst. And you have other things, like we're watching the banking sector. Is it over? Is it the worst? So there's just so much unknown.
Liz, I want to jump in. I'm thinking, I feel like those who are trading on Wall Street or working at Wall Street for, in a lot of our audience, like they get why we are having this discussion. I think there's folks out there like, their eyes glaze over when it's the debt ceiling conversations, or, whether or not we get to 2% versus, maybe a 3 or 4%, target ultimately in terms of inflation by the Fed. What's the significance of, whether we go back to normal and the Fed gets it right, whether we end up higher on a Fed rate, and we don't go back to normal? What are the implications? Because it feels like if we end up at a higher rate environment, right, we're talking about things costing more, maybe higher wages at companies, a rethink on, asset valuations. I mean, there are implications, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, just think for like regular people who don't live and breathe this stuff, luckily for them, like us all day, is that number one is jobs. Like we've talked about, let's not get into my family, but young college students graduating, there, we've seen less job openings. So that, if the economy slows, that's not good for any young person starting their career if it's harder to find a job, or anyone working who's kind of say, I want to make a change. If there's less job opportunities, that's never good for the regular person. I always come back to everyone in their retirement and their 401k. If they're being good and not, market timing and moving around, they do get worried and say, oh my goodness, if the value of my funds are down, it's like, I guess it's not consumer confidence, but personal confidence. How do I feel? That wealth effect, that you don't feel too good if the value of your stuff is down. And if the Fed keeps going on and has to go tighter and tighter, that's going to hurt financial assets. And that's going to make people opening their quarterly retirement accounts saying, ooh, what happened?
Yeah.
And Liz, as you know, this is the blackout week for the Fed, so we won't have any Fed speakers on the calendar, but on Friday we do have the PCE, the Fed's preferred gauge for inflation, as well as the employment cost index, which we all know Powell watches very closely for wages. How much of an impact does this inflation data actually have on the bond market? Is it less so at this point than last year, or do you expect there to be any sort of meaningful moves when it comes out?
Yeah, well, I actually think it still really does matter because, again, we're getting at, like we said, we've gone some decent ways of inflation falling, but are we going to plateau? I think those numbers are like 4.1 and 4%, whether it's, the deflator or the core number. And, if it's higher, then it's like, then we might have some answers to, are we going to have a, bit more move from the Fed and a pause? If it tumbles below a 4 handle, which is not forecast, I'm not predicting, but I think that we'll take notice. And with the bond market, it's been like insane volatility all year. We've had a bit of calm lately, but I would never underestimate that the market can't react in size,
Right.
especially to the Fed's favorite inflation gauge.
Hey, 30 seconds left here. I mean, we need to be fair to the Fed, that monetary policy, not an exact science, Liz.
Absolutely. And, they're doing the best they can. Clearly, they don't want to implode the economy. Powell is always hopeful, trying to have a soft landing if possible. But he knows that if there's no price stability, as he always says, it's not good for anyone. So they're clearly trying their best.
All right, so glad we could check in with you. As we said, folks, this is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg, and as Liz just detailed, you understand why. Liz McCormick, she's chief correspondent for Global Macro Markets, really does have that global macro market perspective here at Bloomberg News, joining us via Zoom from New York City. I mean, it all comes down to this. This is what we constantly debate in our cross-platforms.
Right, how much does the inflation data matter and move markets versus those recessionary fears?
Yeah, exactly. And remember, it's not easy crafting monetary policy. We'll see ultimately whether the Fed gets it right. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. Stocks are sliding as earnings from some companies are disappointing. We've got the S&P down 52 at 4,084 now, a drop of 1.3%. The Dow is down 270, a decline of 0.8%. NASDAQ down 189, a decline of 1.6%. The 10-year yield 3.39%, with the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold up $8 the ounce to $19.97, up by 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, $77.19 a barrel. Among the names reporting after the bell today, beyond Microsoft and Alphabet, will be San Francisco-based Visa. Analysts will be focused on how inflation is impacting consumer spending. Lisa Ellis is a senior research analyst at MoffettNathanson, and she told us, based on American Express's numbers last week, she's looking for Visa to top estimates.
They beat by a couple of points and highlighted in particular the strength in travel and entertainment. Their travel and entertainment business was up 30% year on year as people continue to get out there, get back on airplanes, get out to those, Taylor Swift concerts, et cetera, coming off the pandemic. And we're looking for a similar number like that out of Visa. If anything, we think they're probably biased to beat modestly this afternoon.
And she's got an outperform rating on the stock, a price target of $250. Right now, Visa shares are at $230.99, down 0.7%. Rival MasterCard down 1.3%. American Express down by 2.6%. Recapping, S&P down 1.3%, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Carol Master along with Jess Metton. All right, folks, so a few companies, as you know, as we've been reporting, Charlie included, companies reporting in the consumer space, making the stuff we eat and buy or moving it around, they are out with earnings. So we're talking McDonald's, PepsiCo, UPS, also 3M. So with our consumery earnings roundup, let's get to Bloomberg News anchor and markets correspondent Kriti Gupta and Bloomberg News reporter Simone Foxman, both in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So great to have you guys here. We want to get into the specifics, but I want to start big picture first, if I could. Is there a theme or trend that we are seeing, Kriti? And I want to start with you when you're in this kind of space, if you will.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. And I think all four earnings stories are telling you the economic data slowdown that we're seeing, that recession that we feared, it is coming. So you are starting to see that show up in corporate earnings. I think the difference here is that a lot of these companies have weathered it quite well. And I think that's a real testament to the management that's in some of these companies, the idea that they are tackling it through layoffs, through in some ways, through cutting back on inflation.
It's amazing how, right, layoffs have become the thing, like, we're on it, folks.
It is. And, it's also interesting how they're received differently. We can dive into the specifics of it. But the big picture takeaway is that slowdown that we thought was coming, it's here. You're seeing it in the data. It's just not showing up in these earnings beats because companies are adapting, and they're adapting way faster than they have in the past.
And in some cases, passing on those higher costs.
Yeah.
Simone, your thoughts on the big picture?
Yeah, certainly. Well, I think there's a difference between today and 6 months from now. And that's the same kind of detail that we got in the consumer confidence numbers from the Confidence Board today. Half of consumers said jobs were plentiful right now, and only 12.5% expect more jobs in 6 months. That's the worst in 7 years. But if we go back to 2016 wasn't that bad. And maybe that's what's showing up in some of these earnings. Consumers not really changing their behavior so much at the moment, and just concerned about what's to come. But who can tell the future,
Right now, they still feel confident.
I wanted to get y'all's thoughts on the margin picture, because that's been such a focus when it comes to these consumer type names. What are you seeing in some of these names? And do you think that there's indications there of some glimmers of hope? Because it seems like it's coming better than expected from some of these companies.
Guys, Menton just said y'all. Did you guys hear that?
I'm gonna start counting.
Yeah, I love it.
That was a great word, by the way.
I feel right at home. But to answer your question about the margin story, look, I think I'm going to go with PepsiCo as my favorite example of this, because and you can see it in UPS. You can actually see it in all 4 earnings stories. But I'm going to use PepsiCo as an example because, look, food is expensive, and it has been expensive. Commodities have been expensive, and it's something that a lot of these consumer companies have had to hedge. Coca-Cola talked about it yesterday. PepsiCo has talked about it today on Bloomberg Television as well. And the way that they dealt with that is simply by increasing their prices. And they've done that for about a year now. And prices increased, I think, something like 16% on beverages and chips. And nobody noticed. I mean, I certainly, if I will go and grab, a can of Pepsi, I'm not checking the price to do that. And that has really worked in their favor. But it has also just kept those margins steady. It hasn't created this massive improvement, but at a time where margins are getting squeezed.
But steady is okay.
Right, exactly. So at a time when margins are getting squeezed, steady is actually an accomplishment, to your point. Right. And I think PepsiCo is a great example of that because they were doing that by price hikes. The CFO was on Bloomberg TV earlier and also said productivity is also helping with the margin story a little bit. But when it comes to consumer goods, and we're going to hear this with, I think you brought this up earlier, Procter & Gamble and Church & Dwight all reporting next week about them and whether they're going to do price hikes.
Right. The labor part of this equation is really interesting, and we saw that come out in various threads today in these earnings. UPS, mind you, has to renegotiate its contract with its Teamsters, some 330,000 unionized workers by the end of July. They are pushing for for wage hikes, and so that may end up featuring into this story. I mean, we saw that to a degree. I mean, maybe we didn't see it with the market reaction to 3M cutting 6,000 jobs.
No, but theirs is a bigger story.
Yeah,
right? It's a restructuring where they keep Brooke Sutherland was out on TV earlier, and just this whole idea of they keep throwing stuff out there, right? And it's supposed to be kind of improving margins, but it hasn't quite happened yet. So I think the bet or the street is still kind of like, well, we're waiting to see.
But I mean, if more and more companies have to start dealing with these wage increases, because I think all of these executives were out there talking about how the labor market remains pretty tight for them. And, heck, we have some of the restaurant brands. We have Starbucks coming out next week. I mean, how much do they see these price increases? We heard about it from the airlines. Is this a theme we start hearing more of as earnings season progresses?
And Chipotle after the close. Can we talk a little bit more about UPS? It is down the most in more than 8 years. We're talking about a 9% drop. And I guess I just need some context. Is this just a case of still righting the ship from the pandemic? Or is it a case of, folks, things are slowing down?
This is a case of things are slowing down. And the reason is because the story of the comp sales, which is I think what you're referring to, the case of the pandemic, when everyone was at home, everyone was getting these packages, that was the story of 2021, arguably 2022. And UPS and FedEx took 2 very different approaches when it came to tackling those comps. FedEx said, we're going to hire a bunch of people. We're going to make sure our network and our delivery systems are just airtight, and that's how we're going to make sure that we don't lose our consumer base. UPS took a very different strategy. They said, look, we know eventually a recession is going to come around the corner, whenever that may be. We're going to take a different strategy. Instead of hiring a bunch, because inflation is high, wages are high, as Simone just pointed out, we're going to target the small businesses. Here's the problem. If there's a recession around the corner, who are the first people who pull back on that spending? It's the small businesses. So that strategy has completely kind of worked against them at a time when UPS actually was outperforming the market because people were saying FedEx spent so much on their employees, they're the ones taking the bigger cost. And then FedEx laid off a bunch of people, and the market is now changing their tune. So now we're worried a little bit more about the actual package decline. And that's where UPS is, I think, a really great example for the broader economy, which is economic activity is slowing down.
I almost feel like this is a tale of these companies, because about 6 months ago is when FedEx had warned about their outlook, but then last month we saw them boost their outlook for this year, so you don't see them necessarily going in the same direction at this point.
But they're 2 different models, and you have to remember that. FedEx is moving increasingly towards the UPS model, but UPS, everything is in-house, everybody is a UPS driver. FedEx, that hasn't been the way, although they're starting to shift that.
Yeah, FedEx has had that independent contractor, and I think to your point about that profit outlook, the reason they said that is they said they're again going to eliminate all those independent contractors because of that restructuring. And I want to get Simone's take on this in a second, but like one of the other things you have to keep in mind with a lot of these companies is that when you talk about price hikes, which seems to be the kind of method du jour of staying alive basically in this environment, prices are sticky. So if you have a price hike, you are not going to have a price cut on a can of Pepsi or a price cut on a package. And that's from an economic perspective. What's scary for kind of, Carol, you always say, what's the so what for our listeners? This is the so what. when corporate America hops on the price hike train, they don't come down, and that's the problem.
And the thing is, what I would say is things like a can of Pepsi or some Fritos, which I would consider a staple, a must-have. No, but I mean, they're small indulgences, and you always hear like economists or market watchers say these are the things that hold up. Simone, come on in.
Yeah, but I mean, I think when we start hearing, questions even asked about are consumers switching to cheaper products, and we did hear that today, both with McDonald's as well as with Pepsi. And Pepsi, the message from the CFO was, it's never that much of a hit to our business. These numbers stayed pretty low, but McDonald's, it doesn't seem to be really showing up yet, but perhaps that's part of why we saw such a decent outlook from them, and a decent, moving forward.
Although the stock was a little lower, right?
Yeah. But the market's down a little bit today, too.
But overall, McDonald's stock is still around records. If you look at the 52-week high list in the terminal under Weeb, I mean, these names, you have McDonald's on there, you have PepsiCo on there, you have Kimberly-Clark that reported this morning on there as well, you have Starbucks on there, you have Mondelez on there. There's a very consumer-oriented type companies that are trading around these 52-week highs
And
right
don't
now.
forget the dollar exposure on all of them.
Exactly.
Do they hedge still?
McDonald's, I don't think they've hedged for a couple of years now, but PepsiCo hedges. They talked about that today.
McDonald's, still gets a lot of its business internationally.
Yeah.
It had
Yeah.
strong earnings there too. I mean, whether that's consumer switching to a degree, not everyone is seeing so much strength in their foreign business. 3M certainly not.
Okay, good point, right? It's not all the same story, even if you're looking at companies in a certain category. Kriti Gupta, anchor and markets correspondent at Bloomberg News. Simone Foxman, reporter at Bloomberg News. Thank you so much. All right, off to World and National News we go. Nancy Lyons in our D.C. newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. It is the news of the day. President Biden's official confirmation he is running for office in 2024. He released a video earlier today.
I know America. I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect and treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Biden's main pitch is he wants to finish the job. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is reacting to President Biden's re-election announcement.
Speaker McCarthy says the president should have announced he's ready to negotiate on increasing the debt ceiling. In a tweet following the president's video announcement, Speaker McCarthy said, quote, President Biden might be focused on his own political future today, but he should be focused on the future of America, end quote. McCarthy's plan to raise the debt limit and cut spending goes to the House Rules Committee today. The White House issued a statement of policy saying President Biden would veto Speaker McCarthy's debt ceiling plan. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Former President Trump is threatening to skip the Republican presidential debates using social media today to post no one received his approval for the first debate set for August in Milwaukee and the second at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley, California. A person familiar with the debate preparation says the Republican National Committee spoke to every campaign and candidate about the process. A legendary singer and activist has died.
Work all night and a drink a rum.
Harry Belafonte had a big hit in the 1950s with the Banana Boat song, but made an even bigger impact in the civil rights movement. The New York Times reports Harry Belafonte died today of congestive heart failure in his home in Manhattan. He was 96. Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Nancy Lyons.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. Lots going on. Earnings front and center. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are under pressure amid earnings and First Republic Bank worries. Dow is currently down 312 points. S&P's dropped 59, and NASDAQ is down by 1.7%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 3.39%. Gold is higher by 8. Oil is in the red, and Bitcoin is higher by 0.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the red, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, J&J, and UNH, while Dow Inc. fell 5% after earnings and led to the downside. Also after earnings, GE Healthcare fell 8.7%, GE dropped by 2%, and UPS sank by 10%. In other news, First Republic plunged 48%. The company is said to weigh $100 billion in asset sales. And wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Chipotle, Google, and Microsoft. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. We're going to be busy and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just under 18 minutes left in today's trading session. It is time for our drive to the close. And back with us is Alan Zafran, founding partner and co-CEO at IEQ Capital. He joins us on Zoom once again from Foster City, California. Alan, nice to have you here with Jess and myself. There's a lot going on. It's pretty dense. The environment, earnings so far are telling you what story?
Jess and Carol, thanks for having me on your program again. Earnings are telling me that the economy is indeed going to slow over the course of the year. The economy probably doesn't bottom until late this year or the first quarter of next year. And inevitably, all the rate hikes put a little bit of concern in consumers who are 2/3 of the economy. And as a result, they get a little more cautious. We saw that with consumer confidence dropping again this month. Spending drops, revenues drop, earnings drop a bit, and stocks drop a bit as a result of that environment. It's not a doomsday scenario, but we are grinding into a slow, modest recession. Stocks don't do so well until the economy bottoms. That's what we're seeing, and that's what the earnings are telling us.
Alan, so what exactly is missing from this turning into a bull market at this point?
There isn't a catalyst yet. So if you look over the last 12 recessions, stocks tend to bottom about 3 or 4 months before the actual bottom in economic activity. And given that, on average, the full impact economically from a rate hike takes about 12 months to work through the system. If you work in the math, it tells you the bottom of this economy is probably the first quarter of next year. That tells you that investors aren't going to be really looking forward to a change in Fed policy and stocks moving back up until very late this year, if not early next year. There's a lack of a catalyst right now. And in the absence of that, we're just going to be grinding here. Valuations are modestly above long-term averages. We're trading right now at roughly 18.5 times consensus estimates for this year, if you believe them. And if you think earnings are a little too high, maybe stocks fall about 10% to reflect earnings being cut a little bit and multiples dropping a little bit. But it's not catastrophic. It's not like a deep recession with a 30% decline. We do not see that in the forecast.
Do you think earnings estimates are too high still? We shared with our TV colleagues in our simulcast, our cross-platform, Sarah Hunter, and she at Alpine, she talked about that the markets haven't yet really priced in some of the earnings slowdown.
I concur completely with that. Our guess here is estimates still are somewhere between 5 to 10% too high for this calendar year, and arguably about the same magnitude for next year. which tells you that markets themselves are probably about 5 to 10% overvalued if you're using long-term historical averages as a gauge for where stocks should trade. But we're also looking for something like 12% earnings growth in the subsequent year. So what goes down is going to come back up, and it's not enough to day trade. I mean, if you're a long-term investor, it isn't enough to make a meaningful shift in allocation. We could be wrong. Timing markets is fraught with risk, and the magnitude here isn't big enough to probably make a lot of strategic changes. So we're just guiding people. If you want to enter the market, go slower than average, dollar cost average. If prices fall, it is the proverbial buying opportunity. Be patient. The economic impact hasn't been fully reflected in earnings estimates yet.
I just want to mention First Republic extending its plunge to 50% in today's session. We know the Troubled Bank out with its latest results last night, but exploring maybe possibly selling some $100 billion in asset sales. So I just wanted to put that out for everybody.
So, Alan, how are you positioning at this point when we're just talking about all these different backdrops with the macro?
Well, from a starting standpoint, diversification is your greatest risk mitigant. So stay well diversified.
So what does that mean, though?
Come on. I feel like everybody says that at any time.
Like how exactly, like what specifically, how do we diversify?
Okay, so what that means is a broad set of equities. Don't put your eggs in one basket. If you're not built to deal with the swings that go up and down the markets, make sure you have ample amounts of high quality bonds. And if specifically to your question, right now we're sitting in high quality bonds. When markets decline, credit spreads widen. So corporate bond prices and especially high yield public bonds fall in value as stocks fall historically. So we are largely avoiding anything that looks like non-investment grade bonds. We're sticking with treasuries and very high quality corporates. In the public markets, there are opportunities selectively in non-publicly traded areas. We think there are compelling opportunities in things like high quality real estate. Apartments have such a long-term secular trend that ownership of income generating apartment units or warehouses with e-commerce's growth is a sustainable trend. So there are ways to play it if you're looking for income with a long-term perspective.
I'm glad you brought up real estate. That's what I was going to ask you about. So you talked about the apartment side of things and some other corners, but what about when it comes to offices? And are there particular corners in real estate you think are still too risky at this point?
Yeah, we actually are not big fans of real estate assets that are either in a cyclical risk. That tends to be things like hotels, that when the economy slows, fewer people show up at hotels and vacancies escalate, which is not good. And we like to avoid things that are in secular decline. An example is retail in general, real estate. There's still far too many retail buildings relative to how much space retailers need. We would argue that many office buildings are in a secular decline. So on balance, we are avoiding office building exposure as well. We prefer areas that are more commonplace: apartment buildings, single family homes for rent, self-storage units, industrial warehouses. Those are the secular trends that are going to take you through this recession, generate attractive income, and get you to the next cycle.
Do you think real estate is the next shoe to drop, though? Maybe office?
Yes, but selected areas. You can't broad brush it. If you have a type A office building, even in a centralized business district, class A office space, it's still in demand. Not everybody's going to be remote in this economy, but sure, if you're in a tertiary city with a old office building, you're in your landowner, you're in a lot of pain right now.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what do you think credit spreads are telling us at this point?
Credit spreads are telling us a recession is coming, but they haven't widened out enough yet. And that's why we're avoiding publicly traded non-investment grade bonds. They're not yet wide enough, but the bond market, the treasury market, is telling you a weakening is coming. That's why 6-month T-bills at 5% and a 10-year treasury right now is at 3.4%. It tells you a recession's coming.
All right, well, there you have it. But it sounds like it's not going to be too difficult ultimately to get through it. We really appreciate Alan always checking in with you. Alan Zafran, he's founding partner and co-CEO over at IEQ Capital, joining us via Zoom from Foster City, California. I feel like we hear that a lot, right? That it's kind of almost a touch and go with a recession to some extent.
And you have other people arguing that maybe the worst has already passed us when we're looking at some other models.
Look at the chart you had up about
Yes.
earnings estimates, right?
Right.
Or
So
earnings
basically, that recession with earnings started in the second quarter of last year when excluding energy.
All right, folks, this is the tough times that really we are living in. All right, this is Bloomberg Radio.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. First Republic Bank shares are now plunging 49%. First Republic said to be exploring divesting $50 to $100 billion of long-dated mortgages and securities as part of a broader rescue plan. Shares moved lower today after earnings last night. On the conference call, First Republic officials didn't take any questions. Again, shares of First Republic, they're down 49.7%. We are minutes away from the latest numbers out of Alphabet, the parent of Google, as well as Microsoft. Rishi Jaluria is an analyst with RBC Capital Markets, and he told our Tom Keene this morning on surveillance when it comes to Microsoft's report, he'll be listening for comments about artificial intelligence.
The big story around Microsoft, is, if we put maybe the near-term macro aside, is really AI. And as we've outlined, we really think the opportunity with generative AI for Microsoft is a call option on the stock. It is not priced in today. We actually think you can make money off Microsoft stock stock absent any AI story, but really that's where you get the next leg of growth up.
And right now, we've got Microsoft shares down 1.9%. Alphabet, parent of Google, down by 1.8%. McDonald's reported first quarter sales and profit that outpace analyst projections. Today, McDonald's down 0.8%. And General Motors beat first quarter profit estimates. It raised its full year earnings and cash flow guidance. Those are the stories we're following this hour. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. As you know, Tim is on leave, and joining us, of course, is Jess Menton. I'm Carol Masser, and we're live in our Interactive Broker studio on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. We're getting ready for a barrage of earnings after the closing bell.
Get ready.
I'm like, oh my God, do I have enough screens up? We have Microsoft, we have Alphabet, we have Texas Instruments. PacWest, which has been hammered among those regional banks that have just got caught in the downdraft. So we're going to break that down. We've got Visa. We've got Chipotle. We've got
everything.
We've got everything. In the meantime, don't forget, we're going to get Apple later on in the week, and an interesting story on the Bloomberg and exclusive by our Mark Gurman about how Apple's working on an artificial intelligence-powered health coaching service, a new technology for tracking emotions. It's kind of like, I guess I feel like it's the AI high-tech mood ring. It's its latest attempt to lock in users with health and wellness features. We're going to talk later about AI. We're going to talk about it specifically with an investor, a venture capitalist, who says this is going to be a big year when it comes to all things AI.
Yeah, and Apple, we actually get their results on May 4th, so it'll be the day after the Fed meeting, but we do have
so it's
Meta.
actually next week.
Yes, next
forgive me.
week, but we do have Meta, to your point, tomorrow on Wednesday. We have Amazon later this week as well, so jam-packed, but it feels like Apple is just in everything, right, Carol, when you're looking at this?
Absolutely, and they have talked about wanting to be, much more in when it comes to health. If you think about the watch and what it can do, and ultimately, this is a part of a broader push at the company, and they have made it a part of their devices. So increasingly, they're making bigger steps. The mood tracking and iPad health app are planned for iOS 17. So stand by, but I do feel like every few weeks we get a little bit more when it comes to the health front for Apple specifically.
And maybe we'll hear more about this once we get to their earnings call next week to hear more about it. But do you use any of sort of these devices when it comes to health?
I have an Apple Watch.
Yeah.
I love it. I get it. I can get it too if, I understand if someone's got diabetes or heart, situations that ultimately how this can be, integrated into their healthcare. I get it. I get where they're going in a big way.
I feel like I'm going to have to jump on the watch bandwagon soon. Everybody I know has one, and
like
I already
Dick
store
Tracy.
everything
you
on
feel
my
like Dick
iPhone.
Tracy when you make a phone call. That's not a health thing.
I love it. And then you can just see it all, just look down at your wrist, saves time.
All right, everybody. As Charlie mentioned, we've got stocks hovering at their lows of the session. Tech in particular, down about almost 2%, so we're really feeling it. Time to head over to our TV colleagues Beyond the Bell. It starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu. We're counting you down to the closing bell, here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast with our friends Carol Masser and Jess Menton. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg properties, television, radio originals, and those folks streaming on YouTube. That tepid price action that we've been talking about so much for the last few weeks, no more, at least not for today. Volume up, volatility up, stock market down.
No indecision, it feels like, certainly when it comes to the financial market trade and particular the equity trade. Thinking about, Jess, all these tech names, these big tech names, which have been so responsible for some of the outperformance so far this year in the bigger, broader averages. So what does the earnings news ultimately do to that momentum?
And I have a stat for y'all. Now that we are getting right close toward the bell, the S&P 500, it was actually 22 consecutive trading days. The index didn't see a drop of more than 1% by the close, but it looks like today, if this continues, that streak unfortunately is going to end.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of superlatives coming out of this, widest trading range on a point basis that we've seen in about a month or so, and on a percentage basis here, also looking like not only the biggest down day, but the biggest percent move in either direction, at least going back to late March here. A lot of earnings coming up after the bell, guys. I think we've mentioned it, Scarlett, Microsoft, and a few others.
Yeah, Alphabet as well, Visa, Chipotle. It's a great cross-section of not just the consumer, but business spending as well, particularly when it comes to tech spending, which has been driving a lot of those tech gains.
Are we just going to hear like a big AI announcement to distract us?
I have a feeling we will, yes.
And then the rally, right? The AI rally will continue.
All right, well, those earnings are going to be crossing the wire soon. Let's walk you through the closing bell numbers really quick here. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 300 points, or about 1% on the day. The S&P 500 down about 65 points, or about 1.6%. The NASDAQ Composite lower by more than 200 points, or about 2% on the day. And let's take a look at the Russell 2000 lower by about 2.4%.
All right, so there it is. S&P 500 remain, as you said, conviction in this market to the downside. Almost more than 400 names, 416 to the downside, 86 showing some upward movement in the S&P 500, one unchanged, Scarlett.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the S&P 500 industry groups. Among 24 right now, only 2 are in the green. Food, beverage, and tobacco, telecom services. So you're talking about very defensively positioned kinds of companies doing well, up by 0.5% at least as a group. On the downside, transportation, thanks to UPS, or blame it on UPS. Chip makers, will get a read from Texas Instruments fairly soon, and retail, all off by at least 2.5%.
All right, as we wait for those first numbers to cross the Bloomberg terminal, here's a quick look at some of the individual gainers. Fiserv, top in the S&P and NASDAQ 100 today, highest level in about 2 years after earnings. The company first quarter revenue beat, forecast future growth. Stock has been on a certainly upward move this year, up about 20%, but in today's trade up about 2.4%. PepsiCo, we've all been talking about it here today at Bloomberg. Company reporting better than expected results for the first quarter, raising its annual organic sales and EPS forecast. So PepsiCo up about 2.25%. And we've got Microsoft.
Microsoft earnings crossing the wire now. Third quarter EPS coming in at $2.45 a share. I'll get you a comparison in a moment once we get it. On the top line, revenue coming in $52.9 billion. That looks like a beat. The street on average was looking for about $51 billion in revenue. A breakdown here into the sectors. The 3Q Intelligent Cloud revenue coming in at $22.08 billion, slightly above estimates. Personal computing revenue coming in at $13.26 billion. That looks like a bigger beat. The street was looking for $12.15 billion. And the productivity numbers pretty much in line with estimates at about $17.5 billion. The company also saying that it returned about $9.7 billion through repurchases and dividends. Shares moving higher here. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the numbers, Jess.
Yeah, and so, I mean, looking at these other decliners, you're looking at First Republic today. I mean, that dropped almost 50%. And so Bloomberg News did have that exclusive on a possible sale of assets.
Let's get to some of the other earnings out there. Alphabet crossing the wire right now, Scarlett.
Yep, let's take a look at Alphabet, because first quarter revenue was $69.79 billion, better than what analysts had been looking for, which was $68.99. When you back out the sales that it shares with partner companies, so that's traffic acquisition costs, it was $58.07 billion, again, beating the average analyst estimate of just under $57 billion. Operating income, $17.42 billion, much better than anticipated, which was $16.19 billion. EPS for the quarter, $1.17. Analysts were looking for $1.09. And a comment here about Alphabet remaining committed to delivering long-term growth. Who wouldn't be committed to that?
And if you're not, then you got to think about maybe changing your management. But nonetheless, that is really interesting. What we really want to hear too in the commentary, we're going to look through the press release for this, but on the call is to what their AI strategy is, because that is certainly something they've started to talk about, Jess, but we want to have more clarity on it.
And then also, let's bring up what's happening with Texas Instruments. Looking at its first quarter revenue meeting those expectations, you're looking at its stock drifting a little bit higher, up about 0.4%. Also seeing its second quarter revenue between $4.1 billion to $4.5 billion. That's around, and actually beating the estimate is around $4.4 billion. So you're seeing that stock a little bit higher. Also, some of its peers higher as well right now remain.
Yeah. I just want to jump in here, of course, because we're looking through Alphabet's numbers as well. There were some charges for the quarter, $2.6 billion in charges. That is related to workforce cuts and office space. And of course, that's been one of the big themes for the big tech companies this earnings season, this idea that they are cutting costs and cutting costs dramatically after boosting their headcount and spending a lot during the pandemic and the years afterwards. In fact, Alphabet says it may incur additional charges as well. And I don't know whether that relates to more cost cuts, but that's certainly part of it. It's taking actions to optimize global office space. Not sure what that means, but that sounds like consolidating in space.
But this is, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I want to hear, right? Because, I mean, not that I want them to do that, but you want to hear the commentary on that type of sort of in-the-weeds stuff, because that extrapolates out into some of the broader concerns about commercial real estate and about the economy overall. What might be good for Google and its own finances, not necessarily good for everyone around it.
Well, and I think what's interesting too, going back, if we can, to Microsoft, this company has said it's going to actually provide its forward-looking guidance with this earnings. It's going to do that on the conference call and webcast. So we're waiting to see what it has to say about the outlook going forward. But on the press release, it does talk a lot about AI and the importance of it, certainly to the company, and why its platform makes so much more, so much sense in terms of what's going forward with it.
Interesting too. I mean, we talk about sort of all these cost cuts and stuff. The latest headline too, we should just point out on Alphabet now, the company saying that it did add to its buyback program up to $70 billion of both those Class A and Class C shares. And then going back to Microsoft, remember, both of these companies, the stocks are higher in after-hours trading despite some of the tepid results. But what I'm looking at here on both of these companies is growth. There is still growth here, 27% for Microsoft and its Azure cloud services revenue. And then you talk about maybe some of the cost-cutting efforts that might actually help underpin some of the margins that the street had gotten used to here. Overall, at least the initial knee-jerk reaction seems to be positive.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Texas Instruments because that stock's still bouncing around mildly lower at this point. But the big thing, and if you're looking at how chip makers were performing today, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, that was down more than 3%. But if you look at this year, that was still up about 15%. But this could potentially set this tone when we are looking at those chip makers this earnings season. And Oppenheimer had expected the report to be in line with expectations, but did see some downside risk to the company's outlook.
All right, off to Visa we go. The stock is higher about 1% or so in the aftermarket. Second quarter adjusted EPS, that's a beat, $2.09 a share versus the estimate of $1.99. Second quarter net revenue, $8 billion. The estimate was $7.79 billion. Cross-border volumes at a constant currency up 24%. Total Visa processed transactions, 50.1 billion versus an estimate below that at 49.78. So that looks like some optimism there for that one too. This stock, by the way, up about 12% year to date before this release remained.
All right, so we got Microsoft, you get Visa, Alphabet, Texas Instruments. I'm looking at a few other names. Enphase Energy down 10% here. We've kind of gotten a good cross section, I think, so far here. The market reaction differing for all of these here, but what have we learned today?
Say AI a lot.
Yeah, but look at, Microsoft up more than 4%, Alphabet up 4%. These have been such big engines, right, in terms of overall market growth this year before we saw, a little bit of a pullback here. But to see these companies come out and say that this is a big deal.
It definitely is, and especially when you think of the barometer for when it comes to chip makers like Texas Instruments, what that means for the global economy. They got impacted so much last year. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, it had dropped close to 36%, but was up double digits this year. So it'll be interesting to see as far as what the outlook is, not just for Texas Instruments, but for these other chip makers moving forward.
I brought up AI kind of as a joke, but not really, because within the Google or Alphabet release, I should say, they are now putting DeepMind, which is its artificial intelligence unit, as its own category instead of as part of other bets. So they're breaking it out. Maybe not as its own category, but certainly removing it from the other bets category where it kind of got lost a little bit, signifying that it is an important initiative over at Alphabet.
I really want to hear a little bit more, though, about the costs associated with this. Maybe they'll break out a little bit more detail on the conference call, but that really seems to be the bigger concern here, right? The idea that there is a lot of promise here longer term, but we know that the computing power and some of the costs associated with this are not necessarily going to be margin friendly in the short term.
All right, so what do we have? Alphabet's up about 3.5%. We've got Microsoft up about 4.5%. You've got Texas Instruments down about 0.5%, and you've got Visa also on the move. It's been up about, bringing it up. Now it's up about 0.6%. So we're seeing definitely some movement here in the aftermarket. market. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow. My guess is both of us, radio, TV, and everybody else, doing more on earnings.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, guys, we are going to stick with earnings because we should, because we've got some interesting reports and we're all continuing to pour over the releases and the results. But let's get to it. And first, we're going to start with the parent of Google. We're talking about Alphabet, and we're seeing that stock up about 3.8% here in the after hours. Mandeep Singh is with us. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst. He, too, is pouring over the results. He's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Mandeep, thank you for being here. What jumps out here?
Well, so clearly the search results actually outperformed, and that is why you see the margin beat. They actually did quite well on the margin side.
Still their core business, right?
Core business, core search, it beat by almost $1 billion. So it was, given the macro environment, probably the best print that we have seen, from Alphabet in terms of digital ad spending holding up, and no impact whatsoever from ChatGPT. Look, everyone talked about, how ChatGPT would hurt search volumes. None.
So what does that tell you then about, because we're like insanely all obsessed with it?
It is, and look, it could be a longer-term threat because we've seen, Bing downloads go up. But in terms of the advertiser allocation of their ad spend, it's still going towards Google search because that's the highest ROI in terms of advertiser spend, and they're not changing that anytime soon.
What about when it comes to the cloud?
Yeah, so that number was light, and I think it was mostly in line. And what it shows is, something that we have heard from other cloud providers, that IT spending is slowing down. Everyone is trying to optimize their cloud spend. So that number was roughly in line. But look, all of the Alphabet's profits come from their search. If they beat on search, they always beat in terms of their operating income, which is what we see in this print. So in the Alphabet's case, 60% of their search revenue makes up all their free cash flow and operating profit.
So that's what we care about.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm seeing from a competing news service that they're saying the cloud business Google's cloud business turns profitable for the first time on record. Is that the case?
Yeah, so
and do we care?
Every quarter it was losing about $500 million. This quarter they broke even, and it's a roughly break-even, slight profits, but essentially it's not losing any money going forward. Yes.
So then when it comes to the cloud, like you were talking about before, it doesn't really give us a purview then to say companies like Amazon, which obviously has AWS, since it's just such a smaller component compared to search.
I mean, it's still a $30 billion run rate. And as I said, Alphabet used to be entirely search company. Now it's 60% of their revenue. Cloud is about, 15%. YouTube is another big contributor to the overall sales. So we've seen that top-line diversification for Alphabet, but none of the other segments generate any profits. It's still search-driven when it comes to the operating profit side of it.
Ruth Porat, right? The CFO saying, starting the conversation with, our revenue reflects resilience in search and momentum in cloud. We are focused on growth innovation, especially in our advancement on AI. What else? They're cutting, recording charges related to office space reductions, taking actions to optimize their global office space. We've seen this from a lot of tech players, right? Cutting their costs, reducing their space. They don't need it.
Yes, and Alphabet announced a 6% layoff. So that, in our view, would equate to about, $5 billion of cost cuts this year on an annualized basis. Probably next year it's going to be $7 billion. And look, I think these companies have the levers. What Meta has showed us, they have cut about 25% of their workforce. So clearly, you'll see this being a repeated story that, they're focused on optimizing costs. I don't think they're hiring anytime soon. So that will be a lever in terms of boosting profits for the foreseeable future.
Our Ed Ludlow, apparently on the phone with Alphabet CFO Ruth Porat, reiterating that the company remains committed to long-term growth with particular emphasis on AI and how it can boost the search business. So kind of playing it all.
And they gave us was DeepMind disclosure. So that is the first time they've told us how much money they're losing on DeepMind, which is north of $1 billion, but that's their investments into competing with the open chat GPT.
Last question. You were sitting down with the CEO of Alphabet. What would you ask him?
I would ask him about the long-term impact of ChatGPT on the overall gross margin profile of the search business, because that's the cash cow. If search gets expensive to run, that will hurt Google's profit.
All right, good to know. Thank you, thank you. I know a busy afternoon, and TV wants you, radio wants you, everybody wants you. We always want Mandeep. Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Industry Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, here in studio. Just a reminder that shares of Alphabet continuing to trend higher in the aftermarket, up about 3.7%. Do want to mention Chipotle out. First quarter EPS, adjusted EPS, $10.50 a share versus an estimate of $8.92. So big outperformance. First quarter comp sales up 10.9%. The estimate was 8.5%. And I'm looking at first quarter revenue of $2.4 billion versus an estimate of $2.34. Operating margin for the first quarter 15.5% versus an estimate of 14%. So a quick check on what that stock is doing in the aftermarket. This company, has shown some resiliency in being able to raise prices with higher costs. It is up 3.2% in the aftermarket.
And continuing to see that with the consumer type oriented companies, Carol. And I have to point out what's happening with PacWest. Its first quarter adjusted EPS did beat estimates, and its total deposits for the first quarter were around $28 billion. The estimates were about for $28.5 billion. You're looking at that stock and that ticker symbol PACW up about 18% after hours, Carol.
Yeah, down about, though, a lot this year.
Yes.
All right, so let's get to it now. Let's get to Microsoft, because it's up 4.7% in the aftermarket. I feel like if investors wanted a gift, they got it from Microsoft and Google today. Mandeep, not Mandeep, forgive me. Go to another member of our Bloomberg Intelligence team. There's a lot going on. Anurag Rana, of course, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. No, wrong person. My God, Anurag, how can I not get it right? There's too many people. Sorry.
So many earnings.
Come in. Anurag Rana is here. Microsoft, what do we need to know?
I mean, things were far better than what I had expected going in. They beat the revenue numbers by a big amount. They actually expanded margins than what everybody was expecting. So all in all, a broad-based beat across all lines. Cloud came in exactly what they had guided to. Now the big question is, what kind of guidance do they give going into the next quarter?
Why didn't they give guidance?
That is the history of the company. They've always been doing it that way. It's not unusual, so it's just normal practice. They don't change things just because it's a different quarter. So that really where we'll see how the things trend. The stock's doing well, and I think that it bodes well for the other tech stocks tomorrow.
Well, you mentioned the cloud. Another concern that has gone on is PC sales, right? What are we seeing on that front?
They were still better than what they were expecting. Even those were better. There is not one, I would say, area that things didn't come out better than what the people they guided before, and they beat their own guidance.
I mean, this is real top line growth.
Yeah, 10% in constant currency. That's huge.
Are you surprised by the strength?
I'm very surprised. I am. That's not. I mean, that's an understatement actually, because the constant currency growth was supposed to be around 6%. It came in at 10 in this current environment. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
What does it tell you?
It tells me that...
Is it a Microsoft story, or is it something more broader?
I know it has to be broader. Microsoft is 1/3 of the software market, so it shows to me that tech spending is slightly more resilient than what we had thought a few days ago.
How much does AI really account for its earnings yet? Basically, it doesn't sound like a lot.
None at this point, or very little at this point. And, that's not going to be another 2 years or so where we start to see some, significant addition to that. And even cost side. I mean, margins were almost 200 basis points better than what people were expecting. I mean, this is a fairly good quarter.
I asked this to Mandeep about Google or Alphabet. What would be the question you would want to ask the Microsoft CEO on their call? What's the most important thing at this point, seeing what they did this quarter?
Just 3 months ago, you came and said you were growing at 6%. You beat it by, a massive margin. What happened during the quarter? I mean, that's one. And second, are they seeing a stabilization in customer spending, or do they expect things to go bad because of all the banking issues that's happening?
That's interesting, right? Like to see what kind of impact. Thank you. Love you. Thank you so much. Anurag Rana, Senior Technology Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, here in our Interactive Brokers studio on a day when we are seeing both Microsoft and Alphabet just on a tear. Shares of Microsoft, by the way, up 4.2%. This is Bloomberg Radio.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. Big tech earnings, fast and furious, and we've got you covered. After the bell, we had a revenue beat from Microsoft. Third quarter revenue came in at $52.86 billion. Estimates were for $51.03 billion. After hours, shares of Microsoft up by roughly 4%. Anurag Rana is a senior tech analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He was our guest moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I'm very surprised. That's not. I mean, that's an understatement actually, because the constant currency growth was supposed to be around 6%. It came in at 10 in this current environment. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
We also heard from Google parent Alphabet. It reported first quarter results that exceeded analyst estimates, demonstrating that its search advertising business is so far weathering the economic downturn and increased competitive threats. After hours, shares of Alphabet up by just about 3%. Also reporting after the close of trading, but heading in the other direction, Texas Instruments, the stock now down by 1.6%. It is the chip industry's most diversified maker of electronic components, and it gave a lackluster forecast for the current period, indicating that a slump in demand is spreading to previously unscathed areas. Stocks lower across the board today. In fact, we closed at or near session lows on the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P today down 65, drop there of 1.6%. The Dow down 344, down by 1%. NASDAQ down 238, a decline of 2%. 10-year yield 3.39%, with the 2-year 3.93%. Spot gold up 0.4%, 1996 the ounce, was trading above $2,000. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude 77.19 a barrel, down by 2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie there with the market overview and the earnings after the close. A lot, including PacWest Bancorp. We got their results. Stock was up about 13% in the aftermarket, still trading higher, but it is certainly pulled back from some of those stronger gains, still up about 9%. So let's get to it with our own Herman Chan. He is our Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks. He's back here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. All right, so Herman, PacWest, this is one that's gotten beaten up. It was up down about 55% year to date. What do you make of the results?
A real sigh of relief. A lot of good numbers in terms of deposits. Deposits were down 16% quarter over quarter, but really up about $1.5 billion versus what they had updated on March 20th. So really good performance, and they mentioned deposits were up another 2% through yesterday. In the second quarter. So that's a sigh of relief. They also mentioned increasing the insured deposits to 73% versus about half at the end of last year. So another good metric that a lot of investors are focused on. And the third number that I would talk about is capital. Capital, they're targeting something around 10%. Versus 9.2% at the end of the first quarter. So
capital ratio? Capital
ratio, the CET1 capital number. So that's all three metrics look really strong and are encouraging that PacWest can weather the storm, unlike what's happening with First Republic.
And in the terminal, Bloomberg News had reported recently about how PacWest is exploring the sale of its lending arm. Will that end up freeing up some cash flow there as far as just juicing that confidence in the company?
I think so. It'll reduce some of the loans on their book, which will help their capital ratio. So that's just another example of the bank being a bit more proactive to manage their situation.
All right, so what's left in terms of questions when it comes to PacWest? Or do you feel like they've cleared out any concerns that maybe we all might have had?
Yeah, it's just more how do they get to that 10% capital ratio? What do they need to do? How far along are they in terms of managing these asset sales and loan sales? What do they expect from further deposit inflow over the course of the next quarter or so?
This isn't a troubled bank.
It looks like that they've turned the corner. So that's what I would say.
Are we done with regional banks in terms of reporting? Who else do we have?
We still have a couple more banks that have done those FDIC deals, the assisted deals. So Near Community, which bought the Signature Bank assets, and then First Citizens, which bought the SVB assets. So those are still waiting, but we don't expect anything in terms of surprises on that front because they were strong enough to do these deals. So nothing on the surprise on those two banks are expected.
So should we expect the executives on the earnings call to take question and answers, unlike obviously First Republic we were talking about earlier yesterday, obviously did not take those?
Right. I think the report for PacWest is strong enough where they can answer questions credibly and should have answers to analyst questions that anything that may arise. So unfortunately, First Republic didn't have any good answers is our take. That the deposit story was so disappointing that the path forward is going to be a bit narrower, and you saw the news report coming out that they're looking to sell $100 billion in assets. We think that's going to be a tough endeavor, given the fact that where they are today and what sort of loan marks that will be required to instigate that sale.
Right, this Bloomberg exclusive, right? First Republic said to weigh up to $100 billion in asset sales, according to those with knowledge of the matter. I mean, it is interesting. You know, what are the scenarios? Let's be fair. What are the scenarios you're thinking about when it comes to First Republic? Is it just a case or matter of time, or one of the scenarios we have to consider of just a complete government takeover?
I think that's becoming more and more likely. We're operating under the base case that the regulators don't want to take it over because it just creates a bit of a domino effect, and then the market spotlight shifts to other banks that may not be warranted. But First Republic's options are really narrowing, as I mentioned earlier. When you have 40% of your deposits exiting, and then the stock is down something 49% today, it just doesn't instill a lot of confidence with the remaining depositors.
49% today.
Just today.
And it was 50% at one point.
Correct.
Across that threshold.
Something I've thought about is how, when it comes to PacWest in particular, their revolving credit as far as how that's exposed to small businesses, but also commercial real estate. Are we able to glean any sort of indications as far as when we're looking at PacWest, if there's any sort of cracks there when it comes to that exposure they have to commercial real estate?
Yeah, they mentioned that their non-performing assets actually declined modestly to 35 basis points of total loans. So it looks like at this point things the cracks aren't really materializing. We can't see it yet, but I'm sure that'll be another question, which hopefully they can answer on the call. So that's actually a great number to see that, and I would say that's really across the board from the regional banks that I cover, that we're not quite seeing the credit deterioration. It's modest at this point. The banks are talking about some normalization in loan losses, but a full-blown credit crisis really isn't there at this point.
I mean, is there value in terms of the assets at First Republic?
The thing is that if there is an opportunity for the FDIC to come in and close the bank, then any acquirer is better off just dealing with the FDIC and getting a sweetheart deal with the FDIC rather than dealing with First Republic's management. And you can glean into what's happened in the equity markets today, with PNC only down, half a percentage point, and Citizens up almost 1%, because those are likely to be potential acquirers of First Republic's assets. So that you can point to that as the market telling you that some of these banks may be circling for a potential deal later on down the road if the FDIC does come in and close the institution.
And when we're talking about all of these names, obviously they would keep coming up in conversations, especially last month, about those concerns. But we had Western Alliance last week, came in stronger than expected with this earnings. Now you have PacWest. Is it more these concerns are more exclusive toward maybe First Republic's own problems at this point?
I think so. I think that's my read after first quarter earnings, is that First Republic is the outlier where you saw deposits down 41%. Even with Western Alliance only down 11%, and they have a clear path of improving that number going forward. And then the others are down at the average only about 3%. So for the rest of the region, it's really an earnings problem where earnings is coming down from a high water mark in the fourth quarter and will continue to weaken across 2023, but the contagion risk really isn't there, and really it's confined to First Republic.
So really a moat around First Republic, safe to say it at this point?
That's right.
Really interesting, and it'll be fun when we get through all of it. I mean, when you really kind of separate out First Republic in terms of it. So 8.8% higher, you had, I think, about 18% of the float shorted. It makes sense to see some of this bounce back.
That's right.
Because investors are being reminded that maybe they can figure their way through, specifically with PacWest. Herman, thank you so much. So great to have you back in studio, and just to break down as we continue to go through some of these regionals. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks. He is our Herman Chan, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. As we mentioned, that stock, PacWest, is up about 8.7% here in the aftermarket, and we continue to get earnings here after the close.
Right, and that's ticker symbol PACW. And to your point, looking just on an annual basis, down about 55%. And then if you're looking at First Republic, ticker symbol FRC, down 93% this year alone.
All right, Bank First also coming out with their latest earnings. Just taking a quick check at what that stock is doing here in the aftermarket and pulling it up. Looks like unchanged at this point. So we continue to get some of the numbers. Bank First there, first quarter total loans, $7.12 billion, a little bit higher than the estimate. Net interest margin, 3.89% versus an estimate of 3.94. So just another financial to throw into it. All right, let's get back to world and national news. Off to Nancy Lyons. She's in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is sounding the alarm again about the need to raise the debt ceiling.
A default on our debt would produce an economic and financial catastrophe.
Speaking at a Sacramento conference earlier today, Yellen called the debt ceiling showdown between House Republicans and the Biden White House, quote, an issue that could threaten all the progress we've made over the past 2 years. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has demanded pledges of future spending cuts in exchange for lifting the ceiling. He is planning to put a GOP plan up for a vote tomorrow. President Biden insists the debt limit should be raised without conditions. Well, after making his re-election campaign announcement via video earlier today, President Biden this afternoon made a campaign-style speech before a major constituency, organized labor.
The president ticked off his accomplishments, from prescription drugs to computer chips, which he said Republicans would repeal.
We made a lot of progress because of all of you, creating jobs again. Manufacturing has come alive again. People can afford a decent health care. We're on the cusp of major change. It's time to finish the job.
The president asked the union leaders to help him spread the message that a second term is in the interest of their members, a significant number of whom having voted for Donald Trump. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Tokyo-based iSpace says it's trying to communicate with its spacecraft that was set to land on the moon earlier today. The company's CEO says they lost contact ahead of the landing, and he believes it means the mission failed. iSpace launched its lander in December aboard one of Elon Musk's SpaceX Falcon 9 rockets. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here on Bloomberg with lots of earnings after the bell. Google parent Alphabet shares up now by 4.1%. It reported first quarter results that exceeded analyst estimates. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst, and he's with Bloomberg Intelligence. He was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Core search, it beat by almost $1 billion. So it was, given the macro environment, probably the best print that we have seen, from Alphabet in terms of digital ad spending holding up, and no impact whatsoever from ChatGPT.
After the bell, we also had a revenue beat from Microsoft. That stock up now by 4.5%. PacWest Bancorp said deposits stabilized after a flurry of withdrawals in March prompted concerns about the bank's health. Herman Chan covers regionals with Bloomberg Intelligence.
A real sigh of relief. A lot of good numbers in terms of deposits. Deposits were down 16% quarter over quarter, but really up about $1.5 billion versus what they had updated on March 20th.
And Chipotle Mexican Grill's first quarter sales and profits surpassed estimates. Stocks dropped the most in 2 months. Treasury yields retreated after First Republic Bank's disappointing earnings and potential asset sale rekindled worries that the banking crisis has not run its course. As for the market backdrop, Alan Zafran is with IEQ Capital, and he was a guest on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's not a doomsday scenario, but we are grinding into a slow, modest recession. Stocks don't do so well until the economy bottoms. That's what we're seeing, and that's what the earnings are telling us.
Right now, the S&P down 65 today, a drop there of 1.6%. The Dow fell 344, down 1%. NASDAQ down by 2% today. 10-year yield 3.39%, with the 2-year 3.94%. Spot gold up $7 the ounce to $19.96, up by 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $77.14 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for the update. Carol Master along with Jess Matten live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, continuing to follow some of the earnings momentum. Having said that, you do wonder how it all factors into what's going on in terms of the venture capital world and where venture capitalists want to invest their money. And it's interesting on a day where we are definitely focusing on artificial intelligence, whether it was in Microsoft's report, whether it's what Google wants to do, and specifically we talked a little bit earlier about Apple planning an AI-powered health coaching service and mood tracker. So, Jess, there's a lot going on. As our next guest sees it, 2023 will be the year that AI truly breaks into the general population's awareness. In particular, he's focusing on healthcare. So let's get back to a guest that is joining us once again. Lonnie Jaffe is Managing Director at Insight Venture Partners via Zoom from New York City. Lonnie, nice to have you back with us. AI this year, a big one. Explain why you think that's the case.
So it has been a wild year in AI so far.
Already.
Already. And from what we're seeing, things will continue to accelerate for the rest of 2023, including in healthcare. I think the best way to get a sense of the pace of improvement of AI in healthcare is through some real-world examples of health tech companies that have AI products that are working. So like one example, our portfolio company, Iterative Health. So colon cancer is the second most common cancer cause of death in the United States. And they have this ability to use computer vision AI in their FDA-cleared product called Scout. And it significantly reduces the number of cancerous polyps that a gastroenterologist would miss. And this can decrease the risk of a bad outcome in all sorts of different ways. But then their technology can use some of the new generative tech that's come out, similar to something like ChatGPT, to handle the medical documentation work at the end of the day, sort of like a co-pilot for medical documentation, making suggestions and saving the doctor enormous amounts of time and increasing the accuracy of the documentation. And then they can also identify patients who would be good candidates for clinical trials for promising biologics for diseases like IBD.
So how specifically, because AI, as we've been talking about, such a hot topic now, how exactly does this end up reshaping healthcare in particular? Because you did mention some of the companies that are in your portfolio, but more specifically, is this a way to really reshape all of that in that sector?
Yeah, one healthcare AI area in which we've invested a lot recently is this applied computer vision AI capability. So this is a little different from the generative AI tech that's been getting a lot of attention since the release of ChatGPT, but some of these computer vision systems may soon match or even exceed human expert physician performance across certain domains. And if an AI system starts to exceed human expert performance in a healthcare domain, it's not just a minor efficiency improvement anymore. It can be more of a phase change, like ice turning to water. And it allows you to reimagine the way care is delivered. Vision is absolutely instrumental in healthcare. So a huge portion of healthcare data is made up of pictures and videos.
You know, Lonnie, I have to say, I've been thinking about AI a lot lately and how it can help us. And I know there's been this fear of, oh my God, we're all going to be replaced. But I thought, even as a journalist, wouldn't it be great if I don't have to write introductions to my guests, as much as I love to do it, but if somebody else does it, I can spend more time just prepping and researching, you know, for the actual conversation. So I do wonder, in terms of the smart way for all of us to be thinking, putting our fear aside to some extent until we know more, but about how it can be AI, particularly be an assist like you were talking about in healthcare, freeing doctors up to actually care for patients rather than doing all of the jotting and noting down and so on and so forth.
That's really well put. And in healthcare, prices have been increasing much faster than inflation. I mean, all prices have been increasing faster than our inflation target. But one way we can help to address the problem of provider shortages, or in some geographic areas, patients with needs are not close enough to the doctors who have the relevant skills, and aging population. So one way we can help to address this price challenge is to dramatically improve healthcare productivity and quality, to pull forward investments in AI and automation that you would otherwise make many years into the future, and to do it now, sort of like what we did with collaboration technology during the pandemic. So it could be that, you know, healthcare AI is a little bit of the unsung hero of some of the recent inflation crisis that we've been dealing with.
Do you think Apple is going to be someone who's very innovative in this space when it comes to healthcare and merging or you know, combining that with AI?
One thing we've seen with some of the newer AI technologies is that there's been this big democratization effect of how much easier they are to use than prior generations of technology. So it used to be that you needed to hire 100 ML engineers and build out enormous data pipelines and systems like that. But you know, now so much of the capability is being provided via as a service over the internet via what are called APIs, and can be incorporated into other technology. And so I think the vendors who have a real focus on privacy, security, who understand the difference between correlation and causality, who are able to make systems that are reliable and, you know, craft beautiful products, will have a huge advantage.
Hey, Lonnie, can you take a step back and explain to us exactly how the technology works? Say, because when it comes to some of these companies that you're working with, when it comes to screening for mammograms or breast cancer or detection in colonoscopies, how does that tech work?
Yeah, so like one example, we have a portfolio company, Overjet, which is led by CEO Warda and her team. And they can use AI to analyze dental x-rays to assist dentists in deciding whether a tooth needs, say, like a filling or a crown. So this improves patient outcomes. But then you can also use their AI platform as a dental insurer to detect fraud or speed up the claims adjudication process. And then by using the technology on both the dentist and the insurer side, you can reimagine the whole dental care process. For example, you can use the AI for instant insurance pre-approval, so the dentist can do an important procedure right away instead of having to send the patient home and then wait until an insurance approval comes in, like often happens today.
Hey, Lonnie,
go
ahead, please. Got about 30, 40 seconds left.
Yeah, one other example is we have this company, Profluent, that has large language model like technology similar to ChatGPT, and it can suggest novel protein sequences that will fold into known structures. So it has a deep understanding of patterns in amino acid sequences. It's a little bit like words in a text generation AI, and so it opens up all sorts of new opportunities in drug discovery and protein engineering.
Lonnie, 15 seconds. You guys invest in software. How much of what you are doing is AI healthcare related? What percentage of your investing at this point? Just quickly.
And we have dozens of investments that we've made just over the last couple of years, and that the pace of improvement's been increasing significantly. It's amazing. What the big change in the technology is that it started to work.
But the majority of your investing in startups and so on, is it healthcare and AI related? Just quickly.
It's not a majority, but it's a significant portion, and it's been increasing over time.
All right, so good to check in with you, especially on a day when we continue to hear about AI from the big tech. Lonnie Jaffe at Inside Partners.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Carrier will acquire Weissmann Climate Solutions of Germany. It is the largest segment of the Weissmann Group. Carrier also plans to exit its fire and security and commercial refrigeration cabinet businesses. Google parent Alphabet reported first quarter results that exceeded analyst estimates, demonstrating that its search app business is so far weathering the economic downturn. After hours, shares of Alphabet up by about 3%. Microsoft's third quarter profit and sales surpassed projections, stock up more than 5% in late trading. Texas Instruments delivered a lackluster forecast for the current period, indicating that a slump in demand is spreading to previously unscathed areas. Verizon's broadband subscriber gains surged past Wall Street estimates. More from Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport.
Charlie, it gave the company a boost as it tries to ramp up growth in its consumer business and offset the loss of mobile phone customers. Verizon added 437,000 broadband customers, including 393,000 wireless home internet subscribers in the quarter. Analysts predicted a total of 302,100 new internet customers, including 264,500 wireless home broadband users. The largest U.S. mobile carrier has struggled to maintain wireless phone customers, relying on costly phone giveaways to compete with peers and still giving up market share. Charlie?
Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport. First Republic Bank said to be exploring divesting $50 to $100 billion of long-dated securities and mortgages. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, lots going on this Tuesday. We're going to get back to some of the earnings news in just a moment, but let's get the latest on world and national news with Nancy Lyons. She's in our Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. President Biden is running for a second term.
The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern reports that video announcement comes on the anniversary of his first presidential campaign kickoff 4 years ago.
Really what this sets up is Biden is able to get a team around him outside of the White House to just focus on his re-election, because obviously he has everyday jobs that the leader of the free world has to tend to. And also, really, this gives him a chance to start talking to donors. And there's set to be a donor conference, if you will, likely on Friday.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern reports this race could be even more expensive than Biden's 2020 campaign, in which he raised a record of more than $1 billion. Well, President Biden will be meeting with South Korea's president this week, and it is expected he'll want a commitment from Yoon Suk-yeol to provide supplies to Ukraine. South Korea has provided humanitarian aid, but says it has a law that bars it from supplying lethal aid to countries at war. A 72-hour ceasefire is in place in Sudan, even though there have been reports of sporadic gunfire. Olga Serrato is with the UN Refugee Agency and warns of a mass exodus out of Syria.
Some of the population movements we expect to observe in the coming days include outflows of new Sudanese refugees to neighboring countries, returns of refugees who are being hosted by Sudan, and movements of other refugees being hosted by Sudan to other neighboring countries.
Serrato says it's crucial there be a unified response. One key concern today is one of the warring factions has seized control of a national health lab that contains biological material. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Jess.
All right, so appreciate it. Nancy Lyons there in D.C. All right, folks, we're going to try and run through in the next couple of minutes.
If we can.
Right, exactly. Charlie does it, we can do it. Alphabet out with their earnings results. Shares are up, rallying on revenue beat as ad sales recovered. This was a big one. Company authorizing an additional $70 billion of buybacks. The Google Cloud division turning profitable for the first time ever, and the company's CFO, Ruth Porat,